It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this proof.
We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Absolutely true.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Thursday and we're back. We're not going to go anywhere today. We've done the logic philosophy things over the last 2 days and it has been absolutely fucking amazing. So we're going to be doing that a lot now. We will be doing them more next week. Maybe do 2 or whatever. I don't know. We, like I say, we're going to be changing things around. I did have an idea of a day that I think I should have wrote it down. It's gone. Things we were going to go over. What did everybody else think of the logic? You guys out there in the YouTubes, you're the ones that are listening to it. So they like Buster's wisdom. We definitely need to redo that. Something I'd like to go over as well. The history of geometry. Yeah, I've enjoyed it over the last couple of days. Getting to the heart of proof, metaphysics. I find it amazing that people want to stifle learning. Thought the root of all of this sort of stuff is education, learning, progression. So a lot of people seem to think that we're doing it wrong, but then they don't really know how to tell us to do it correctly. And who does really know how to learn correctly? Did your teachers teach you how to learn correctly? Did they just tell you what to learn? Made you recite it? I think we all get to an age, and especially this modern frantic bunny is, modern thinking, modern times, some crazy shit going on. Who taught you? Who's prepared you well enough? When all of those little thoughts come in after a while, which they're bound to do, who's got the mental faculty there to keep a grip on themselves? Do you have little demons running around in there?
We give the word modern a negative connotation by referring to today's times as modern.
Yeah.
I mean, is that what the word is supposed to mean? Is it supposed to have a negative connotation to it?
Well, I would do, because postmodernism and all of the stuff that's been brought around is, I think, the result of a compulsive lying, similar to, but except it's a system. It's a system that doesn't correct mistakes. It sort of allows for them, says, well, that's only to be expected. And that just sort of builds up into modern times, and look at where we are now.
Yeah, I mean, the contradictions exist within the system just as they do within the model.
You have to.
They just go with it.
Yeah, you have to. You have to make allowances for these contradictions. The way I look at it, all of this sort of stuff, is I've been here on a journey. I think we all are. Everybody's on a journey. I mean, what are we doing here? We're just killing time. That's all anybody's ever doing. But it's of what use do you do with it? Do you put it to a purpose, or do you just sort of deal with it in having discussions and conversations? Is it just like playing computer games? And what's the difference? Go on, sorry.
We talked about that. Sorry, we talked about that the other day when John mentioned that really don't. I'm paraphrasing John, but I think he said something like, if you have everything you need or whatever, you don't really need to contemplate these things. And I would say that's true. I would also say, if you're too worried about where your food's going to come from, you're probably not contemplating philosophy or much of anything else except where your next morsel is going to come from that you're going to keep yourself
That's
alive
exactly
with.
our system, is it not?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what we have to concentrate on, how we're going to feed and keep a roof over our head.
Right, right. And I would say, as it relates to modern, right, the way that I look at it is, why would you give the moniker of modern unless you were attempting to compare it to something? And if you're
Yeah.
going to compare it to something, what is the antonym of modern? Just look it up. What, ancient, old, wrong-headed, stupid. I mean, I don't know, right? Just picking it whatever antonym you think for modern, and then that might give you a clue as to why some would use the word modern, want to actually
Yeah, but they
defer to the word modern.
say that that's old because we're past modern.
Postmodern now, right?
Yeah,
Does
it's
anybody
kind of
know what
weird.
that is? Does anybody know what postmodernism is?
Oh yeah,
That's why I call it modern, like modern inverted commas, because
Mhm.
that's marked as a period of time, and we have gone past it. PM.
yeah. And if you look up postmodern, that's the people we deal with.
I would say that
Hopefully not for long, but
I would say that this name modernism is fraudulent because supposedly it means that we are replacing old things with new things. Normally, people replace worse things with better things, but the let's say substance of modernism is just to replace old, even or especially if this new is worse.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah,
So
exactly. If I can, I'll just read. This is from Wikipedia, so it's I don't know,
Trustworthy, highly
trustworthy.
trustworthy. Yes,
Sure, sure.
alma mater.
credible.
It's going to slant a certain direction. Let's put it that way. So this is as nice as I can make it. Postmodernism is an intellectual stance or mode of discourse. That's very interesting that they state it's a mode of discourse characterized by skepticism toward the quote grand narratives unquote of modernism, rejection of epistemic certainty or the stability of meaning,
Hmm.
and emphasis on ideology as a means of maintaining political power. So just a couple of other words in there that people might not know. First, modernism. Modernism is both a philosophical and arts movement that arose from broad transformations in Western society during the late 19th and early 20th century. So we're not even
Mhm.
talking about Aristotle's time, modernism, obviously,
That's
right? And then,
the time, right? That
yes,
right there.
right. And then the other word here is epistemic because they postmodernists reject epistemic certainty, epistemology, or the theory of knowledge
Yeah,
is the branch of philosophy concerned with knowledge.
it's that whole right hand side of the
Yep,
divided line. That
correct.
whole thing. They've just no, we're not having that.
Epistemology is considered a major subfield of philosophy, along with other major subfields such as ethics, logics, and metaphysics. So postmodernists reject that. I wonder why.
I think that is that the link to Christianity. Then they're trying to like link that to Christian.
God is dead.
Yeah,
God is dead.
At that point, because I did have somebody telling me that.
Yep, God
Christian.
is dead.
one of the first things when I first heard postmodernism, it was years and years ago, but I can remember hearing somebody say this, so I'm just going to repeat it. Like, look up postmodern architecture. Just do a quick Google search, image search, and you'll realize the minds,
Something not
the
right.
people that, I mean, like stairs that just go into a wall. I mean, just crazy shit. No purpose.
Yeah, it's like they're at Aporia, right?
Yeah.
Lost. Nowhere to
so-
go. Don't know what they're doing.
So here's another thing. Since we talked about the divided line yesterday, you remember we spent some time on the whole idea of forms and
I don't
and
think
all of that.
anybody's into that one yet. They haven't seen that one, so
Oh, right, they haven't.
Yeah.
Well, this will be for when that comes out tomorrow. But let me just get to this. Along with postmodernism comes deconstructionism. So let me just read that just to whet your appetite. Deconstruction is any of a loosely defined set of approaches to understanding the relationship between text and meaning. The concept of deconstruction was introduced by the philosopher Jacques Derrida. Spot on knows Derrida. He's spent some time. Uh, who described it as a turn away from Platonism's ideas of true forms and essences which take precedence over appearances. So it's a turn away from Plato, which we've been getting into. That's deconstruction. Since the 1980s, these proposals of language's fluidity, instead of being ideally static and discernible, have inspired a range of studies in humanities, including the disciplines of law, anthropology, historiography, linguistics, sociolinguistics, psychoanalysis, LGBT studies, and feminism. Deconstruction is also inspired deconstructivism in architecture and remains important within art, music, literary criticism. It's almost like they've attempted to remake everything that was made centuries and centuries ago that we're now studying, that Western philosophy. It's almost like they're trying to take apart Western philosophy
and put it
and
back
I think,
together again. That's the thing, though, right? They put
yeah,
it back together, but not in the same form it was.
correct, absolutely right. And then you see the modern philosophists, the modern logicians, the modern mathematicians. Then you get the postmodernists in there as well. It's all very interesting. Well, to me anyway.
Mm.
Very, very interesting. Been around for ages, though.
Mm.
It's interesting that, you know, that idea that you can get rid of that whole right-hand side. To go with images, you have imagination. Nah, get rid of that. Just the images are all important. The things linked with trust, you don't need to trust it. You just see an image of a thing, and that's an image of a thing. There's no faith involved in it anymore. You've deconstructed it, just got rid of it. Mathematical objects, well, there's no thought needed with mathematical objects. That's a square's a square. Square could be a triangle, could have 4 or 5, 3 sides. It doesn't really matter. You've thrown all of that thought process out the way. You don't need to know any of that. Because you don't need any of that. You've lost everything. Your proofs are just given to you in a picture form. You can imagine everything is that. Wonder why it's important to go over this stuff. You know, I heard somebody tell me that all of this stuff was Christian. It's like a Bible, this sort of stuff, I think. Somebody has been telling me.
Yeah, Christian philosophy, right? I mean, Aristotle and Plato were Socrates, I'm sure, definitely big Christian
Christians,
guys.
yeah. They sort of founded the Christian movement.
Mm.
Apparently, anyway. Or it might just be because of the college is, considered a... I don't know. Maybe some high academics within America, I don't know whether it happens over here or not, but they get are very bigoted about which school you go to. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think that should matter. I think the learning process and what we're going through at the minute with the philosophy is it's well useful, and it should be useful to everyone. But obviously, there are a group of people that probably won't be able to access this part of the thought process. They've given it up. Postmodernisms took that thought process away from them. They don't need it. Deconstructed thought. Metaphysics. What do metaphysics have to go with it as well then, under the deconstruction?
Absolutely.
Deconstruction means that it does not offer anything positive. It means that this is, I would say this is a new name for just materialism, or this old communistic ideology, Marx ideology. People not necessarily know what was philosophy of Marx. And in fact, it was deconstructionism, but it was named just materialism, because people think that materialism means atheism, or that people shouldn't think about God, etc., that they should think about matter. But materialism means, for Marx, meant that everything has to go back to prime matter. So, and all things should be deconstructed into prime matter. So to destroy all forms, form as form. If something is beautiful and has shape, destroy it. Everything. Society, it is like form. It is organization. Destroy it. Family is organization, has form with rules. Destroy it. Everything. Yep. So this is a true face of materialism. Now it is called just deconstructionism, but essentially this is the same.
Mm-hmm. I had a theory that, still do have a theory, that everything's being turned upside down. Not necessarily deconstruct it, just invert it. Do whatever you can to flip it around. Just confuse the shit out of everybody if you have to. Make good into bad. Make light into
that's
dark.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think it's like, it's not necessarily for me inverted. It's just the fact that they can have this and that at the same time. It's like the relativism. I mean, it's like, can't have anything concrete, nothing objective, nothing, no, the identity of something doesn't matter.
Yep. Here's another one that plays into that, right? Here's another word for those of you who may not have heard these words before. Nihilism. You may have heard it, but do you know what it means? Nihilism is a philosophy. It's a philosophy. Nihilism. It's a philosophy or family of views within philosophy that rejects generally accepted or fundamental aspects of human existence, such as objective truth, knowledge, morality, values, or meaning.
But that's not how I viewed the word nihilist. I thought it was nihilist was someone who just did not go along with government structures.
No,
also,
it's an entire.
But they wanted to take them down, probably in a violent way, which I don't agree with at all. But yeah, that's the way. That's what I remember a nihilist being.
Generally, a nihilist is just denier. He denies everything, what he can.
But nihilism is a philosophy. This is what Derrida and other deconstructionists, this is what they've led to.
Is that a Christian philosophy? Or is
no.
No, not like Aristotle. He's not got the Christian philosophy from Aristotle.
No.
But talking about relativism, because it is derived from relativism, and relativism is strictly connected. It is part of modernism.
Mm-hmm.
So modernism introduced subjective, everything being subjective. Truth subjective, God subjective. In fact, in modernism, you are creating your own God. You can share your experience about that with others, of course, and then some people can make some dogmas, which are these dogmas can evolve, of course, during a period of time. So this is evolution of dogmas, and of course of truth. This is pure Hegelian, of course, but modernism is pure subjectivism, so relativism itself. Yes. And now we are, they say, postmodernism. I would say that in religious, let's say, sense of that word, because there is also religious sense of this word, that would be for me just Satanism.
Mhm. The inverting of what it is. I think when I was told that this is Christian, I think they're thinking it and accepting it as truth, right? The truth is Christianism to certain groups of people, if you know what I mean. And they're going for this postmodernism, and obviously flipping it turns it into what they consider atheism, but depends what you want to call it.
Yes, but you said upside down. Yes, it means that order into chaos. They say that order from chaos, but in fact now this deconstructionism is about from order to chaos.
Yeah.
So, and chaos is, of course, it is Platonic, of course. So this is this prime matter. So that's where is this link between postmodernism, let's say, or deconstructionism with Marx, because he was talking about the very same thing. Prime matter, everything, destroy all forms. So, and prime matter is chaos. This is what Greeks called this prime state of matter, chaos.
And forms would be classed as the truth, right? That's the highest form of intellect, is the forms.
Forms is something that really exists because we know things that they exist through forms. We don't see matter itself. We see forms. So we know that things exist via forms. So it means that destroying all forms or ideas in because this is like form in our mind, idea. So destroying this will turn people into vegetables. That's the goal. Just it.
Yep.
And I would say that this process is ongoing now, and even I would say galloping now. So we are very on good road to, let's say, to hell, but just to turn humanity into vegetables, not even animals, because now maybe animals will be more precious than people. I don't know, but we are on this road now. So it's, for me, this is just not only deconstructionism, it is nihilism, or whatever it is pronounced in English. But this is this road, and we are on that. And Kevin was talking about also law, and of course I can see that, and I think that we all can see that everything is broken now. So you cannot be sure that your rights will be protected as a human being.
Right.
Because rights, like human rights, because now we are just herd of animals.
Well, surely that must be inverted, right? There's no way that rights can get away without being inverted.
Of course,
Yeah.
it is. It is ongoing now. So step by step salami method, by it is, yes. And 2 past years are, for me, it is a proof for that the law is broken purposely. So some people broke law not by accident because they didn't want, but it happened. No, it was for purpose, deliberately, and check for reaction. And for me, what was most sad in that people didn't react. They didn't oppose. Generally, of course, they were some of them, but not many. Just people complied to break outrageously breaking law. So we are on, I would say, on this path. I would say to hell, because if there is no law that is ruling societies, we are just in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
You're talking about God's law now, right, Paper? Cause no
Generally,
harm or loss?
all, and both written, the so-called positive law, and of course natural law and God's law, everything.
Well, how do you incorporate the legal into that?
Yes, I would say that now governments are making laws, and then purposely they break it.
But these are just words written by men on a sheet of paper.
Yes, they wrote that, and then they break it.
They
And
don't follow it exactly. It's
and
for us.
yes, and they show us that they can break law and punishment without punishment.
Another inversion.
And they are doing so, and they are doing this still, and they will be doing that still, and even more. So I expect worse and worse.
Yeah, I agree, Paper.
How did we get here?
Where the conversations led.
Yeah. I can't remember where we were to take it back.
But philosophy and ethics, ethics is part of philosophy. So talking about law is just part of philosophy. Sorry.
I know Kevin brought up nihilism, and then after that, the conversation got to here. So blame Kevin.
Yes, I would say that this nihilism is just same as Marx said, proposed, this materialism. So go back into matter, destroy everything, deconstruct. So destroy any form, any organization, whatever which can be recognized and can, let's say, help people to live better, because of course some kind of organization allows people to live better. So just destroy it. So knowledge turn into pure nonsense, and organization, social organization, family organization turn into just into nothing. This is or was called atomization, I think. So that every individual is just alone, without any support in family, in society. He's alone. Just nobody will help him. This is sad.
Well, we are all alone.
We are here, yes,
Yeah.
few people. In fact, how many people would agree with what we are talking about? They would say that we are just freaks or insane people or whatever.
Yeah. Some people want me to go to a psychologist.
Mm, psychologist. So
Yes.
Yeah.
it
I don't
means
believe in psychiatry or psychology. I don't believe anybody can really determine the mind, what it is or how it functions,
no.
what's causing the
I
problem.
would say psychologist will not help.
I
He's
agree. I
so.
agree. I mean,
I
as a sounding board, yes, but nothing more than that. You know, somebody
No.
to
These group
No,
of people
seriously.
want me to go and see a psychiatrist for thinking
Yeah.
that level is horizontal. Having a
Clinical-
proof of
clinical
realizing
psychologist.
Euclid. They want me to see, yeah. I hope they're going to
You
do a
should go in.
GoFundMe. Yeah, I'd say go.
You should make an appointment and say, hey, people sent me here because I think level is horizontal.
No. I think what they should do is they should get one in, and I'll go over and do it. We'll do it live.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I want to see him defend himself on that one.
I'd like to hear a discussion. Me and a clinical and like going over level being horizontal to see how clinically insane I am.
Well, that would be great, Beth.
Yeah, it would. So put that
Or-
one on the cards.
maybe take introduce here psychiatrist
Yeah.
to as let's say moderator of discussion. So
I
he could judge who is sane or who is insane here.
Yeah. I was just going to say I think we'd have to have a fair and independent clinical psychologist, because I suspect that a certain group of people would actually find a character to play a clinical psychologist who at the same time is a psychopath.
Yeah, I would think
Pretty
so.
sure. Yeah. That's my guess. That's my opinion. We're allowed to have opinions still, aren't we? I think.
Yeah, I've got a recording from him right at the beginning when I was looking into all of this, and I'll show you guys it one time. Just like you've said there, Kev, it's already been done. They've already done it.
Yep.
People going around saying that, like another group of people, but a load of bigots pretending with characters that dump all of their problems on another group of a fictional group of people. I hope we can. Okay, so that has been good. The philosophy, going over it, and just to say again, I am going to be putting these two out. So people can actually listen to it, but the rest of the ones will be going members only for anybody that's involved in this. I think I may even switch it all to members only comments on it as well in the future. But these first two, just to give you an idea of what we're doing, I'm going to put them out there so people can listen to them. So there are going to be two of the introduction for the introduction to Western philosophy from Hillsdale College. We'll be doing, I think, maybe 2 a week or something. I think there's about 12 in the course, so that may take about 6 weeks for us to go through that course. This is something I'm trying out because I'm thinking of shifting and switching all of this up. We've realized it's obviously no, this is reality. This is all we've been talking about ever since we came around here. Yet there are people, I'm going to call them trolls on bridges, that are just stopping us from progressing. And we've obviously got a lot further to go and a lot better discussions. We still are open for all sorts of discussions. Thank you very much, Gadget. And we also know that going into this philosophy type stuff, there's a certain group of people that can't get here. They're never going to be able to have this discussion. When you listen to these two courses, part of the courses that we're doing, I think the discussion that we have within it is amazing. It's way better, and I could probably go over it again and get even more content and discussions hours, and it's good discussion. If you want to come and get involved in it, it's for everyone. This is what do you say? This is a philosophy for everyone, just to let everybody know that you don't have to be a special type of academic to get involved in this sort of thing.
Philosophy for human beings, not certain human beings.
Philosophy for life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone has to ask themselves certain questions, as uncomfortable as they may be. There are uncomfortable questions. The discussion of those things is where we've been at, and there have been people that want to stifle that conversation, mainly because they want to give a certain group of people a name, and that is for being stupid. Well, one, we're not part of that group, and two, it doesn't matter. It's only about the conversation, the discussion. These are coming really weird times. I mean, if you don't start speaking about what's going on in your head to people, and it's never going to happen. Nobody's ever going to get a chance to hear what's going on inside your head. Okay, so are we ready to move on now? I'm going to go over a thing that it may be painful, but this is going from what we've had around here and the conversations that we have. This is going back to a time where I share frustration, and I'm presuming this is the sort of stuff that still goes on in these other rooms and other places for conversation that we've always been around. Let me put this on. So, this is one of my old videos. Now, what I do is I go over these, and this one's on a best of or Globe Model Dictate playlist. Was that Rob?
Yes.
Oh, welcome.
Sorry, I had to cut out early yesterday. I'm still trying to get this 1929 Ford Model A fired up here, and I had to sit on the phone with California, so I had to deke out early yesterday, but hope I didn't miss too much.
No problem. Well, that'll be out tomorrow. You'll be able to watch that. I think I'll be putting it out 3 or 4 o'clock UK time tomorrow, so if you want to sit and listen to that.
Yep, I will.
Okay.
All right, I'm on mute.
All right. Yeah, this is a video in that list, and back in a time where I had no comments switched on, so I couldn't even give a timestamp for a thing that I wanted to go over. This was recorded at Earth Awakening. It says you'll need half of that taken to the next level. Learn a model where squares have a radius, and sophists will say literally anything to avoid saying they don't actually know something. Recorded at Earth Awakening. So that's a little. This is well, I don't know. Let you guys listen to it. There's a Buster bit at the beginning, so I think we'll have that and play that as well. Okay, so here we go. No, how does he know that the guy from Maine is a real surveyor? That's what I'd like to know, B-Ball.
Oh, so you think he's lying?
How do you know? How do you know? I'm telling you why I think he's a lying shit and not a real surveyor. because a real surveyor would have noticed that the horizontals aren't the same, and they'd have said, shit, I don't think I'll put that out as a video, because it would make me look like I'm not a real surveyor. How do you know he is?
That was the point of the video, was to show that.
What you'll notice in this is that although people say there's a lot of interrupting going on, listen to who's doing the over-interrupting and the over-talking. It'll happen a lot.
They're not horizontal, wasn't it?
So that they're not horizontal.
That was the point of the video. That was the point of the video.
What are you talking about?
Keep talking, B-Ball. Keep talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the point of the video, was it? Was it not?
What, to show that the two tools that are at the same height have got a different horizontal through the eyepiece? That was the point of the video, yeah?
Are we talking about the same video?
Come on, people, answer the question.
Are we talking about the same video?
We must be. Yeah, you've just said
the
that
guy
that
from
was
Maine.
the point of the video, that he made a video to prove that horizontals aren't the same. Whenever you set the horizontal and different tools up next to each other, then that's the video he did. And I don't think it was called that, but I mean, if that's what you want to say.
He did that. I think it was across the water. Yeah.
No.
I think, okay, now
it was
I
across
don't
the field in
across
his
the water,
case.
wasn't it?
That was Blue who did that, I think.
No, it was the guy from Maine.
Do you remember
that was
the main?
It was Blue. It was Blue that did that. No, it's the guy that may or may not live in Maine that we're talking about here. This is where we're going with this one.
The question: how do you know that the main surveyor is an actual licensed surveyor? That was the real question. Have you answered that yet?
No, he hasn't.
Then please, how do you know it?
I don't.
Ah.
But you know what? I trust him.
Thank you.
You trust him even though he's got on video that he can't set his tools up properly?
No.
You just
That's a claim you guys have. That's a claim you guys have.
It's on video.
That's a bad claim.
It's on video.
Not worth the powder to blow it up.
Wow.
And you just said he was a surveyor. You knew he was a surveyor like 5 minutes ago.
I think this all came from mocking the concept of this radius of a square. And we determined that the radius of a square has value and is a useful mathematical or geometric method of doing things.
That's ridiculous. Squares don't have radiuses.
Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
The surface of the earth is curving.
It does, it curves all over the place. We measure elevation changes. Yes. We can measure them with an auto level.
If you knew more about surveying than what you think is going on, you would understand that there's a difference between curvature and elevation.
Have you done surveying? Are you a surveyor,
No,
people?
I haven't.
No.
No, I haven't, but I've referred to people who have actually done it.
Right, so which people are these that you're referring to?
Geodetic surveyors and people
Which
who
ones?
actually surveyed. And
Which
the manuals
ones?
that they
I've
create.
talked to them too,
and they write.
people.
And the
I bet
entire-
I've talked to more
Yeah,
surveyors than you.
And what have they told you?
That level is horizontal, every one of them.
No, and again,
Yeah.
everyone knows that level and horizontal are two different things, Bev.
Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they do is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Have you ever posted anything that was the main surveyor's information, D-Ball?
Of course, because he's an actual surveyor.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
So when he does his measurements over 1,500 feet and says he's getting 1 arc second, you think that's honest?
Sure. Why not? Why wouldn't it be?
Well, that's why Bev went out to a 500-meter test to see what you could see.
Did he? Okay, so where are the measurements from that test? And is there a video? Because none of us have
He
seen
did
it.
it live on Discord.
So parts of it look like it's got the radius of a circle, while other parts will look like it's got the radius of a square.
The radius of a square?
Yes.
Wow.
Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
I mean, I totally understand what Sean did. He spiraled himself. He knows that sometimes you're dishonest, and he thought you were like trying to troll him, trying to prove stuff. So he just went straight in.
Name
tried to
one
debunk
thing.
nothing.
Name one thing. Is dishonest.
Oh, you say canals are water levels.
Well, they are. They show the level of water.
Okay.
Try again. Another one.
Yeah. Any more?
No, that's it.
Canals are water levels.
That's
They
a
show
disgrace.
You can't believe
level
that.
of
But
water.
I'm going to carry on thinking you're dishonest.
Yeah, well, that's a bit bad, right?
That's all
Dawn?
on you, Dawn.
Like, I hope you don't go round saying that to. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you do. You say that to everyone all the time, don't you?
I always call out lies, yeah, once or twice. I just try and be polite with it sometimes if I have to.
And
So
you
try again,
think the
another
lie is
thing.
something to do with a canal not having a water level or not being a water level.
Inflated nature with an archaic tool.
Do you know what a lock's for at the end of a canal, Dawn?
I don't do quizzes.
No. It's to swap the levels so you can get from one level of the canal to the other level of the canal in your boat. So is that dishonest saying that?
But when I
Or would
asked,
it be
what are you
dishonest
measuring,
to say that that's being
you got a bit
dishonest?
angry.
Okay, look. You saw the light.
Seeing the source.
You saw the light. You didn't see the source. You saw the light.
Saw the light, yeah.
The light, which has spread out and isn't a pinpoint thing, especially when you're using an iPhone flashlight, which is designed to have a wide pattern to it. So I don't see what that says either way.
Okay.
Well, just to clarify, Travis, I understand. You saw the light, right?
Yeah.
That's what it says to me. No big deal.
Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
The definition of radius requires a circle or
arbitrary.
circle or sphere, does it not?
No, it does not.
We're talking about a curve, the radius value given by the radius, right? Because you say that, everyone knows what you mean. Nobody thinks square when anybody says there's a curvature with a radius of or go and make a radius of this, right? Go and make a curve, an archway with a radius of this. Nobody makes a square fucking arch, do they? You're crazy. Just back down, man. This is ridiculous. He's showing you sophistry. And it's ridiculous because you go into mathematics and geometry to do it. You can't do that.
Take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they do is in vain.
Well, I'll be quick. They planned on their tool abuse adventure before they even had the tool.
So if you wanted to draw up a square within a polar coordinate system, then you'd need to be able to define the radius of a square. No, I'm not putting more than one word, more than one meaning to a word. What I'm doing is I'm showing that your definition isn't the widely accepted one within geometry.
I think it's the other way around, but
It's the other way around, buddy.
Yeah.
This is a tactic you guys have done like throughout history is pervert the linguistics we use to hide behind these words and just kind of act as if there's nothing to see here and we've got it all figured out, but see right through that bullshit, man.
Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
No, I'd rather you go out and actually prove that the Earth is not curving.
No, we're just
With your
showing
measurements.
people what it looks like through
Oh,
an
so
auto
you're not-
level, people. There's no
showing
reason
you-
you to get upset about it.
When you go out there.
Yes, you can define a square within a polar coordinate system using the radius of a square, which will be a function of the angle.
Well, why is there so many sites, science sites and math sites that cite the topic of radius of a square?
The level is not curved at all, is it? No. Can't they have a curve in it? Brilliant. Cheers, mate.
And I was the one who said that you can talk about the radius of a square.
Level follows the curvature of the Earth, and horizontal is a straight line that is tangent to the surface.
Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Within geometry, this is a valid way of using the word radius.
What is your point then? What was it that you were trying to get across to us? That we all live in Euclidean three-dimensional space. We have an XY coordinate system with Z being the other dimension, right? So a two-dimensional square grid on the floor where squares fit, and elevation measured on the other axis, right? That is literally three-dimensional Euclidean space.
For the last bit here, I've been defending Euclidean space from Dice though, because he's been complaining about it being a concept and all.
But you do agree that we live in Euclidean space, right?
Yeah.
Never take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they do is in vain.
Does it change anything like a square would change with its R value?
No,
Because a square doesn't have an R value, does it?
it does.
B-Ball, let me explain to you before you go off the rails. What they did a couple of days ago, bro, is this. And they said it before they did it. They went out with an auto level, they had a camera on it. The objective was to show the people, like myself.
Well, by your standard, all of Euclidean space is a concept. So yes, of course, the point of origin is also a concept, because it's within the concept of Euclidean space.
Euclidean space is not a concept.
Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Are you sure circumference is only for circles?
Yeah, that's true, that.
Yeah.
Do you guys not
Then you were
realise yet
ignorant.
you're arguing with somebody who's just going to make shit up?
Well, I want him to answer this question.
We can't.
You're right.
So what is it? Was there not a video of your last test?
Test?
What
Nobody
last
did a
test?
test.
We did it live. The last one we just did was a sight test to see how far you can
Not
see
talking about that one.
through an auto level over a
Not
distance
asking about that
from
one.
0 to 500 meters.
I'm not asking about that one.
That was the last
That's the
test
one
we
we're
did.
talking
though.
about.
That's the last test,
I
right?
saw that.
Which one are
I
you
saw
talking
that
about,
one, yes.
B-Ball?
The one where you went out to the canal.
There's so many tests.
And
Yeah,
then
we've
water
done
level.
loads.
That one.
Don't take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Let's never look through an auto level. Now I can say, I know what it looks like. That's all they did. They didn't go there to measure anything, to prove anything. Do you understand, B-Ball?
Yeah, I understand. So what's the point?
What do you think about 3 mil? Do you reckon you could see 3 mil at that distance?
Why are you asking me that?
Because it's been claimed that somebody can measure 3 mil at 500 meters. Do you think you could, Sean?
Yep.
You could?
Yeah.
Nice.
I think I could.
People, while we're on that subject, there's a question I've been asking you that you've been running from. What tools do geodetic surveyors use?
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do is in vain.
Look at it.
You can see, okay, perfect. I can see that I can measure and I can be able to distinguish between a meter.
Yeah.
I can't see the numbers, I can't see the hash marks, but I know I can distinguish between a meter on that stick at that distance, right?
Right. Will you sit through the proof that goes beforehand? Before that, right? Then you know when we go out and do the test, you know what you will be looking for. Do you think you could do that?
No, where you proved that level was horizontal. Remember that one? Where you proved that level was horizontal. Remember that one? Where you proved that level was horizontal. Remember that one?
Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
The rest of the world says the surface of the sphere is two-dimensional, except for you guys.
Ted, or anybody, have you ever seen a measuring rod that surveyors use? Because it doesn't just have little notch marks on it. It also usually will have like a red mark at its foot, or something that indicates a foot.
But just because you're talking about a radius doesn't mean you're talking about a circle. The same way that if you're talking about a pie, you have crust, but just because you have crust doesn't mean you have pie. That's the analogy. It's simple logic, and I don't see how you guys don't understand it.
Numbers are right here. It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3. You have to open your mind. Imagination is all you need. Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head.
Take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
A constant R value is that of a sphere. A change in R value will make up whatever the change is defined as.
Okay, so how many of them are first order measurements?
Who gives a fuck?
What sort of a sphere do you mean? Do you mean like a ball?
No, like a fucking square, Dev.
Everything is relative to you. You just have to say it in generality.
The radius of the square would
Just
be
like those straight lines are curving. Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know where all of this
radius of the square would be.
Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they do is in vain.
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your head. I tell you.
Yeah, unbelievable.
No, I refer to the experts. I don't refer to you. So you're telling me that with that, you can't tell, you wouldn't be able to put the crosshairs at a half a meter. You wouldn't be able to put your crosshair halfway between both yellows.
I know the game that you're playing, and I know exactly what's on your mind. You got your playbook, it's alright. Your model dictates what you will find, and I don't know where all of this goes. Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
I don't think we should downplay that the R value can now go into any shape.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to see a centimeter mark.
How many feet?
But you'll be able to see.
How many feet's 500 meters?
1,500 feet.
Well, the thing is, you guys create your own ideas of the definitions.
Yeah, when I have a chance to actually sit on my computer and do all that again.
Do all that again? You never did
Yeah,
it.
explaining. I know, but when I realize it, I just don't have.
Okay, that was an epic Buster intro. 20 odd minutes. Look at that. Excellent. You like that one? I did. Right, so who remembers this? Anyone here remember it? How many have we got in there? Buster, Emma, Redmond, Saragaki's in there. This is when we went over to Geo's to actually do this thing that 1 year later, a guy called Chaiki found a screenshot of this particular test. And this is a discussion that occurred afterwards, I think, about this very test. And you're going to listen to some sophistry. So when you're listening to this, right, this is what happens in other rooms, but this is a very regular type conversation that we have, where you're trying to address an issue or a point or a question that you get asked, and you're not allowed to answer. This one here, we're talking to Sean G, who is acclaimed surveyor from the sophist side, obviously. Blue Marble Science surveyor, obviously, one of those surveyors. And there will be B-Ball. And I think it's Zanuck or Muyok Man involved in this as well. And yeah, the sophistry is... Right, if anybody, like, gets a bit too much, let us know.
Time to get on my computer and sit here and repeat myself over and over again about simple things. But I'll do it.
Okay.
Just not right now.
It's not just me. Everybody, you know, there's more people than just me want to see it.
Well, it's everyone that is involved in your server that plays that game. And when realistically, it's a very simple thing.
Oh, Sean, we've been after it for 2 years and nobody's give us anything yet.
Okay. Your opinion.
Well, not my opinion. It's just it's all documented. Nobody's give us anything.
Documented to be your opinion. Something so simple you make into a big deal, and it's really not. It's your water level, cite it. If I have to show your presentation to explain that, then I guess that's what it needs for you to understand it. But it's a pretty simple situation.
To be honest, Sean, I'm looking forward to that too.
in Montreal, you'll be someone that I would actually be interested in having the conversation with.
Cool. Make sure I'm there. Make sure you
Absolutely.
DM me when you're doing it.
I definitely will, my friend.
Oh, did you get a chance to see any of the stuff we did at the weekend when we did that?
No, I don't. I'm not in your server.
No, we did it here.
Oh,
We
no.
did it on this server.
No, you didn't. Remember, you said you were going to message me when you were, so I could try to be here. But other than that, I don't really need to. I already know what you really did.
Well, what did we do then?
It's either complete dishonesty or lack of understanding of how to what tools are do and used for in situations. But other than that, it's kind of getting repetitive.
Right, so as you can see on the screen, there is a picture of us actually going out there. I mean, has anybody else ever seen this before? Or anybody else ever seen anybody doing this live in a Discord server, going out there and showing people exactly what you see through the crosshairs of an auto level? That's what we're talking about here. Nobody else has ever done this. This is exclusive to On the Level Discord server. This is the process of, like if you were to do surveying, this is the sort of thing that you would see. So we're giving everybody an insight into exactly what you see when you do it. There's nothing ulterior motives about this or anything. Where nobody's trying to say any shape of the earth. We are just going in to a Discord server to show people what we can do in this Discord server. Now, at the time, Geo's Discord server had better capacity because it was fully boosted. We didn't have a fully boosted server. We do now. We can do all of this on our own. We don't need another Discord server to do this. And we do this stuff regularly in this server. So if everybody else wants to pretend they're not seeing this on the screen whilst you're watching the conversation about what we're actually doing or what we've actually been done. So you can see it. We are out there doing stuff live. And that's what this discussion is. These misologists. It goes a little bit further than just misology. These are blatantly denying what has actually occurred so they can stay ignorant. But they like to pretend that they are all knowing about everything whilst ignorant at the same time. It's fascinating.
Hearing how you guys talk about it, so I don't really need to. I kind of already know that you're conflating things and moving things around and making terms that you think sound good for your argument, which makes no sense still. But yeah.
Do you know what we did at the weekend?
Nah, not offhand. I don't. Okay. But I can already assume it has nothing to do with figuring out whether or not curvature is there or not.
Okay. Well, what we did was we went out.
I don't really care.
And set up an auto level. Sure.
That's so cute. And then you couldn't see a centimeter a mile away. I know.
Put a camera to the eyepiece.
Remember
we
that?
Put that account into Discord, displaying its optics, right? So the optics from the auto level came in. I was out there holding the measuring rod, Sean. We did it live on Discord. Now you weren't here. Wait a minute. Let me Sean, let me finish. And I'll tell you what we were doing, right? I just got the point of us setting up the auto level, putting a camera on it.
How far away were you? Yeah, okay. I don't know why you need to say that. I mean, how far away were you, Beth?
When I was setting it up, I was really close. I was like right on it.
How far away did you sight it from? How far away were you? The furthest away you were from the auto level, how far were you?
I got the measuring rod, right? And we went.
How far away?
We did 30 meters. We did 50
Sean,
meters.
Sean, can you just stop talking over him for a minute? Just let him speak. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to talk. You're just constantly just saying the same shit. Wait, please.
Yeah, we got the auto level up. Set it up, Sean. We did the 2-peg test, obviously, as you do. And then we set it up, put the camera on it, and then I walked with the measuring wheel 30 meters. I stopped. We took a picture. Everybody checked it. Everybody that was in here made sure that they could read whatever it was that they were reading. Because I wasn't. I was holding the measuring rod. And I had my other lad following us with the camera. So we had 2 cameras. One you could watch me with the measuring rod, and the other one you were looking through the auto level. So 30 meters, 50 meters, 75 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, and 500 meters. So you could see what you would be able to see with an auto level, looking through it over every one of those distances. You could, and anyone could have done. When all they had to do was be in this Discord room.
Well, I didn't know, Bev, so that's why I wasn't here for it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't have probably come anyway, would you? Because you obviously know everything, don't you? Anyway.
What? Oh, so because I think I know everything, I should have known you were doing that. Oh, okay.
Well, that's what it seemed like a minute ago before Bev was talking.
I told you everyone the night before. We told everyone when we were in here doing it.
Was I here when you said it? So then how would I assume that you were doing it or know that you were doing it?
Because we said it was an event on this server. Did nobody publicise it for you?
No, I didn't see it. I probably was busy
next time.
On
so
Discord.
What do you think we could do better next time? Next time we do something like that, Sean? To make sure more people come and see it, because that's what we want. We want people to be able to come in and have a look for themselves.
So it's recorded on Geos, right?
I don't know. Like, what do you think?
Oh, okay. Well, usually people record these things so when people aren't there, they can watch it. But it's here nor there, so okay.
Yeah. Well, you could do it next time, couldn't you? You could come and record it, couldn't you? Is that what we would do? Do you think that would be better? Yeah. We get more people to come and watch it, then they can record it for themselves, and they can ask questions about it.
Relevant tests to the conversation, but okay.
Are you not interested in what the findings were at all? Considering that's what you're going to be doing in your test, isn't it? Something similar.
Well, I'm sure I could sit here and listen to you conflate what's happening and how you couldn't see.
Conflate. It was here. Everyone could see it. There's no complaining.
Could I ask a question, Sean?
Hey, what's up, Buster?
Hey, man. Like, Bev set his equipment up, did a 2-peg test to check his accuracy, took a measuring wheel with a measuring rod, and put we watched it on the crosshairs. Was there something wrong with that?
No. Sounds legit.
Okay.
Well, why are you getting weird about it then?
I'm not getting weird about it.
You said conflating. What did you say conflating for? What's conflated when you're looking through an auto level with a fucking camera attached to it?
Okay. Then
on a live stream.
Okay. So at 100 meters, how accurate were you?
You see that there? No, it's a bit of a camera adjustment. That was pretty good. 2 feeds from 2 cameras out there in Southport Beach. Auto level. Live. Streaming live to Discord. Where'd you get this? You don't. You get people making videos of it. Clipping bits. This is literally live. The whole thing. On 2 cameras. One through an auto level. Nobody really wants to be watching this. You'd have to admit that us here on the level actually go out and do shit.
Bev, were you able to read the markings on the rod at 500 meters through the auto level?
You'll be able to see. Have you ever seen it?
I don't think I have, Bev.
Right, what you've got to imagine is that as you're looking through this is a camera on the back of an auto level.
Okay.
So you can zoom that and you can get a better picture. You can then get it through Discord and get it on a 50-inch monitor and zoom that picture, right? So you're going to get a much better image, bigger image, than anybody with their eye to the auto level is ever going to get. So this is much better than anyone will ever get an experience of when you're in Discord and you're doing this. It's not surveying, right? We make that point explicitly clear. This is just giving you an experience of what it's like and what the view would be. Like a surveyor wouldn't even get to see this view. It's completely exclusive. There's only us that do this. And the fact that nobody's even using it for any purpose or any sort of, optics, seeing what happens in the distance, which is the reason we were doing it, is amazing to me. But, hey, that's the arena we're in.
Yeah.
It's completely fake. This is real.
When was this done?
A year and a bit ago.
Just a little over a year ago, huh?
Yeah, it says 1 year ago on this.
I don't see how I could not have seen this then.
Well,
I don't remember it though.
Yeah, you can see it in the picture. You can see in the screen, and I don't know.
Right?
I don't, because it was done that far back that I can't really remember us putting it out as a video. I think it just got recorded at Geo's, and then we've got this footage. But I mean, I want to do all of these footages a bit better because I'm not happy with the perspective view and the, there's loads of stuff that I want to be able to get in image form, to do with perspective and all of that, which we are going to be doing, me and my son. Sorry?
When you're doing a measurement, the rod needs to be perpendicular, does it not?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Get an accurate measurement, yeah. Is there a level on that rod?
Yeah, there is. Well, there's a little bubble thing that you can clip on the back of it. Okay, right. And, then that gives you an idea. But if you're got somebody on the thing, you're being the rod man, right? They'll be able to line it up with the vertical, and then you rock it backwards and forwards slowly, and you'll get you'll find out where the highest point is, right. Lowest point or whatever. But so yeah, the whole point of this was to let everybody know really what you can see through the auto level, but with the other fact that 500 meters is a claimed distance. Somebody has claimed. Like, you may have heard of some guy that says he's measured plumb bobs not being parallel. Have you heard of that one?
I've heard that, yep.
Right, well, that guy in that video claimed to have measured to the arc second over a distance of 1,200 feet. Well, what we're doing here is giving you an optical view of 1,500 feet, and then you can see what you can see, and then we'll tell you that 1 arc second is 2.5 millimeters, but call it 3. We're not to a number, are we? So you've got to be able to see 3 millimeters over 500 meters in order to be able to measure to the arc second with an optical device, which is what's been claimed by a certain person. Not just him, George as well. George claimed it, and I think Larry. Many people have claimed much, much greater accuracies from tools, and we're just showing you, because this is a better optics than the guy that used his tools. He's only got 30 times and I think a 28 or a 24 times scope. I know Bob's auto level, that was a 24 times scope. This one's 32. Carry on.
What were you able to see?
At 75 meters, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, you could still read the centimeter numbers. I think past that, all you could read was Couldn't read the centimeter marks anymore. Actually, the numbers for it. You could still see the markers though.
Do you not
Could you
think
see
it would be
could
better
you
though,
see-
rather than
could you-
describing
could
it
you-
with words, that you could
could you-
see the
no.
picture?
No.
Yeah.
It's
No,
easy-
you don't want
it's
to.
easy for me
no?
it's easy for me to ask. Were you able to see within a foot? So from 1 foot to 2 foot, for instance?
It was meter measuring rod.
Yeah, but there's feet in there. So I mean, were you able to see
Metric.
within a
See what's going on here. We went over this yesterday, going over the images and all of that. Sean doesn't even want to see it. He wants to build a mental picture of what he's asking Buster. So he's going to imagine whatever he wants to imagine. Sean, don't forget, Sean, this is Sean G, the proclaimed surveyor, Blue Marble Science surveyor, Sean G, that we're talking to right here. He's not a surveyor, he's just a sophist. Not a very good one either.
So you couldn't see the centimeter mark. Were you able to see from 1 foot to another foot?
So I'm saying it was a metric rod.
Okay. It doesn't have foot markings on it?
Centimeters, meters.
It doesn't have any foot markers, like 1 foot, 2 foot.
Well, it wouldn't if it was metric.
Why metric doesn't have feet in it? That you can't add it to a foot?
This is Sean G, the proclaimed surveyor.
Is this serious, or is he just taking the piss?
I don't know. Like, literally, sophistry or what? I mean, but this is what we have to deal with. And rather than actually addressing what it is we're talking about, you get this sort of stuff.
Rather than just having the conversation,
Mm-hmm.
you say it's a meter rod, so it has meters and centimeters. So meters and it doesn't have feet? No. It's a different measuring system.
You've probably seen it as an argument technique, right? And not a non-argument technique. Just complete obfuscation, just non sequitur. It doesn't matter whether it's got feet on it or not. But I mean, if he'd have got a look at it, which he could have done, but he doesn't want to look at it. He wants to imagine all of this sort of stuff. It's pretty bad sophistry from a guy that is a claimed surveyor. Obviously, you can put him in the claimed surveyor like Jesse and the guy that may or may not be from Maine. Just lying shits. Obvious.
Obviously not.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is okay. So this is what I assumed, and I was obviously correct. Okay, you don't need at 500 meters. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see a centimeter mark.
How many feet's
But
that?
you'll be able to see.
How many feet's 500 meters? Here we go.
1,500 feet.
1,500 feet.
Like why? Okay, are you so?
Does your 1,500 feet have meters on it?
Never mind.
Does it?
Does my 1,500 feet have what? Bev,
You just turn it around on him and he doesn't like it.
Like what?
It
doesn't make any sense.
3 foot markings on it. 1, 2, 3. I get at 500 meters, you're not going to see a centimeter mark.
Have you ever seen a measuring
You're
rod?
going to be able. No, Bev, and this is why I don't do this.
Have you ever seen a
Really,
metric?
Bev, I've ever seen a have ever? Wow, really? Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a metric measuring rod?
Okay, this is exactly why I get like I do and say conflating things, because at 500 meters, you can distinguish between 1 foot and 2 foot on an R level at 500 meters. But if you didn't try to do that, then what's the point? No one ever said, why would you try to see a...
See, 1 foot and 2 foot over 500 meters. Forget the fact that some guys claimed he can measure to an arc second. Sean just has 1 foot or 2 foot. He doesn't care for clarity of argument or anything.
Total obfuscation.
Yeah.
Don't want to get into whether you could see an arc second or even a centimeter over 500 meters.
Yeah.
It's automatically go to a foot. So therefore, you can what? Why? You can see something, or just totally letting the conversation go.
Yeah,
Not even entertaining it.
don't forget, right? At the heart of this is underlying at the minute. They may or may not know, right? The reason that we went out there to do this test in front of them all. But strangely enough, none of them came to watch it. Nobody wants to watch it. People have been clicking off. They don't want to see this sort of stuff. This is ECV, the highest order. Because the claimed measurement that's been done and the videos that have been touted out and passed around have claimed that they can do this. And measure, literally measure, all of the claims of measuring. That's who I've been watching. These people that have literally claimed to do the impossible to a group of people, literally handing out paralogisms, telling them that they can actually do this impossible thing. Now, whether it's within the government mandate that, you know, like there are allowed issued passes to people to just blatantly lie, but it's the ridicule and everything that goes with it that I particularly don't like. When I see blatant liars, I've got to call it out. And this was my way of doing it, was to show them right in the faces. Nobody wants to watch it, but show them right in the faces that the claimed measurements that have been made that have to be to that accuracy over that distance, because there is a claimed non-parallel plumb lines within this. Somebody has claimed to have measured an accuracy that's impossible over a distance that's definitely impossible. For the accuracy to have claimed to have measured plumb lines not being parallel. There's a video out there. Not many views. But in these realms, people have literally said it to my face, and they've lied to my face and to my friends' faces, to my children. Literally. These people that have lied like this. So this is my way of showing everyone. And this is the resulting obfuscation of people. Because these people that have made these claims have run away. They've gone. They're never going to come back. They can't justify their claims. And here we are. Talking about this with this group of people calling me a liar. When this is so blatant. So that's what we were doing.
Centimeter mark at 500 meters. Why?
Well, even at the 200 meters, you couldn't even read the numbers for the meters.
Okay. Now, Bev, or anybody, have you ever seen a measuring rod that surveyors use? Because it doesn't just have little notch marks on it. It also usually will have like a red mark at a foot or something that indicates a foot. So at 500 meters...
If you can't read the numbers, Sean, sorry, mate. If you can't read the numbers, then how do you know what foot it is?
Okay, let's get one more time. On a, say, measuring rod, it doesn't just have notches. It has notches, and then at every foot, it will have a thick notch, like a thicker red line, so you can see it from further away. So if you're not trying to see the centimeter mark, you'll be able to distinguish between 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot.
It's definitely not a surveyor, right?
I can already tell, and this is why I said that. What I said is you didn't even try to see that. You were trying to see if you could see a notch at 500 meters, which is pointless.
Can I just point out here, Sean? My measuring rod is metric. It does not have feet on it. Feet is imperial, not metric. Metric measuring rods don't have feet on them.
Okay. Well, this is why I wasn't really interested in the test. Because if you're trying to see little centimeter hash marks at 500 meters, it's pointless. And you're not showing that at our level can measure something at 500 meters if you're using it correctly.
Sean, all we did was put a camera on an auto level so everyone could see what you see through the auto
but
level.
You can't see a centimeter notch. Okay.
If you'd have been here,
Yeah,
like
and
next
you
time,
show-
next
and you
time you
probably
can
said,
come,
"See,
right? We'll see if we
see,
can find some pictures for
100
you.
meters. Hey,
I'll see what I
okay.
can find for
Okay,
you. Here
Bev,
you go,
the
Sean.
next time you're gonna do this again, next time you're doing this again, you can DM me the time and where you're gonna do it, and then maybe I'll show up. But if I don't know, if I'm not there for the announcement, then how am I supposed to know? And then don't act like, oh, well, you missed it, so then it doesn't matter, because you've already explained the test, and I understand exactly what you did. It's like you took a 1 foot little foot rod and went 500 meters away and went, look, you can't see an inch. Okay, yeah, good. You can't see an inch. Doesn't mean you can use it at 500 meters, especially if you know what you're doing. Who uses a rod that doesn't have the corrections on it at 500 meters? That does.
What? Here you go. Have a look.
If you wanna make a precise measurement, you really do need to see, you know, the increments on the rod.
There you go, Sean.
Do you agree with that?
Mhm.
Are you all right with that?
Okay, so
Can you see that picture,
okay,
Sean?
so on your rod, yeah, I can see the picture.
Okay.
So from where you're holding it to the red part of that pole, so I'm assuming that's still the same part of it, right? Right?
The yellow bit. Or what you talking
Well,
about?
it looks red on mine. But
So yeah, that's a problem, isn't it?
okay, where your hand, so it's yellow. What's behind it? Or how tall is it?
Blackpool Tower is behind it.
No. How tall is the rod, the little stick you're holding?
The little stick's a measuring rod.
How tall is it?
The numbers are on it. Can you read them? Let's just have a read.
Okay, I'm asking you how tall is the measuring rod you're using?
It's probably
See, this is Sean G, acclaimed globe surveyor. Within this arena and this conversation, there's regular people. I don't know if everybody who listens to this knows and ever bothers going into these conversations, into these arenas to have conversations with people. But Sean G's acclaimed, like he's well known in this internal globe arena, and he's a acclaimed surveyor, asking me how fucking tall the rod is. Literally. Non sequitur. Don't know what's up with him. This is ECV. People that he must be forced to talk to me, but not talk about whatever it is that we're meant to be talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Height of the rod.
Yeah, that's what it
Sorry,
appears
go
to
on.
me. I've never seen this before, so that's what it appears to me.
tough,
Is
isn't
it's a way to obfuscate. Yeah, you don't. It's like he doesn't want you guys to present this.
This isn't a one-off. This is 4 years of it. This sort of conversation for me personally. Listen to them. I've got I hit 900 videos today, so go back to listen to any of them. They all go much like this. Literally just talking about an optic test that we did to present to Discord to show what we can do.
Feet. Okay, and in that 14 feet, I see it yellow. It goes white, and then it goes red again, right?
It goes yellow, white, and then yellow again.
Okay, it looks red to me. But anyway, what's the distance between the yellow and the yellow again?
It's a meter. It's a meter measuring rod.
Okay, perfect. So you're telling me that with that, you can't tell, you wouldn't be able to put the crosshairs at a half a meter. You wouldn't be able to put your crosshairs halfway between both yellows.
No, I can't adjust the crosshairs. It's an auto level, Sean.
No. Okay.
Again, he's doing a George thing with his... You'll hear that when we come round to talk about RBD face with George. But yeah, he's just asked me to put the crosshair at the half meter mark. It's an auto level. You don't adjust the crosshair. Obviously, not a surveyor and an obvious, I don't know whether you call him a fraud, just a liar. He's going around telling people he's doing stuff that he isn't, telling people he's going to do tests that he literally won't. The only people that can do this sort of stuff, like we were saying yesterday with the philosophy, the only people that can talk about certain topics, that's us. The only people that will actually go out and do any surveying like this, that's us. No one else is going to do it. No one else is going to do realising Euclid tests. That's just us. We're sort of what you call unique in this arena. Uniquely on our own, which is how we are. Oh, it sounds like George. George does that. Mm-hmm.
Well, because you
clearly
are
you
complaining.
just
against
fucked
what you're
up.
looking
You
at.
know you
Okay,
can't move the
so,
crosshairs.
So, yes, I understand that.
Why
Bev.
did you say
so
that
what
you
I'm
should?
asking you is, would you be able to see a half a meter between the two yellows?
Sean,
You wouldn't be able to
we're
see that.
showing
can't tell
you
that.
what
can't
you
tell that.
can
I'm
see.
asking you a
I don't know.
question.
Don't ask
Bev.
me what we can see. Look at it.
You can see. Okay, perfect. I can see that I can measure, and I could be able to distinguish between a meter.
Yeah.
I can't see the numbers. I can't see the hash marks, but I know I can distinguish between a meter on that stick at that distance, right? So you're telling me that the auto level is inaccurate in doing so because you can't see your numbers.
It's what we've
or
been
you can't
saying
see the
all
hash
along,
tags.
Sean.
Okay. Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. Period. Because the reason that that measuring rod is different in colors than that is to be able to distinguish that distance. So at 500 meters, you can distinguish a meter. You can distinguish a half a meter. You can distinguish a quarter meter. You may not be able to see the numbers, but you can still distinguish the heights or elevations on that stick. You still can.
So Sean here is telling us about being able to distinguish a half a meter or a quarter of a meter, not realizing that at 500 meters you've got to be able to distinguish 2.5 millimeters to get the accuracy of a 1 arc second.
Well, yeah, there's that, but even before you get to that, because I've never done any surveying, is being able to see the yellow versus the white and somehow making a determination of, oh, that's a meter, or that's a half a meter, or that's about a quarter of a meter. Does that do anything for you in land surveying?
Absolutely not. No.
I didn't think so. I would think that you would need to know a specific measurement.
Yeah, you have, there's like first order, second order, third order measurements. And first order is like to the millimeter. I mean, you can go even higher grade than that for setting of machinery beds and stuff like that are to really fine tolerances. But for this, you're talking first order 1 millimeter. That's what we've always said that we deal with. I'm not too sure like what half a meter, 1 meter. I don't think that would even come in the range. That'd be get out of here. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's what I would think, right? Like,
Yeah.
what do you do? What does that have? Why does that have anything to do with anything regarding land surveying? And if he's a surveyor, he should be the one saying that. He should have been the first one saying, "You're way too far. You can't see any of the measurements. It's freaking ridiculous, Bev. What are you trying to prove?"
Yeah. Yeah, you
That's
need
what
to
I would
work to a
expect from a
millimeter. That's
surveyor.
what we're after. So
Yes.
you know, you can only go to these levels. And somebody should be saying, you know, that's a good idea, that, to show people what you can actually see through these optics at these distances, through these tools.
Yep.
But no. People don't really care about that, which we will be doing. We'll be getting into this a lot more with these optics tests. I want to get a few memes and graphics done of the perspective, which means me walking in a straight line, which is a lot fucking harder than you think. I want to get a mile in a straight line.
So
if you're trying to if you're trying to get to a millimeter notch at 500 meters, you're right. You're not going to be able to. I've said that before, but you still can use it. That your crosshairs still shows you
Use it for
your
what?
0 all the way to that tower.
What do you think about 3 mil? Do you reckon you could see 3 mil at that distance?
Why are you asking me that?
Because it's been claimed that somebody can measure 3 mil at 500 meters. Do you think you could, Sean?
Yep.
You could?
Yeah.
Nice.
I think I could.
Oh, cool. So that'll be how accurate you will be with your tool when you do your test. Did you hear how quick that automatic defense was? We'd just been talking to the half meter, quarter of a meter, and then when somebody's mentioned that somebody's claimed that you can do it to 3 mil, he's like, yep, of course you can. Well, that was quick, wasn't it? It's a complete 180 turnaround.
Yep.
From
really
not really accurate to, fucking hellishly accurate. 3 mil over that distance. It's the sophist we're dealing with. Yes, right?
We'll see. But I do know that I'm not trying to get within a centimeter of something at 500 meters. So, yeah, Bev, you've shown at 500 meters, you're not going to be able to see.
There we go. Turned around again. You're not trying to get to a centimeter over 500 meters. Some people are.
See a centimeter mark. Okay. Is that all you were trying to do?
All we were trying to do was to show everybody what you see through an auto level. We don't want to lie to anybody. We want everyone to see exactly what they see through an auto level.
Okay.
So that's it.
What you've shown is at 500 meters, you can distinguish between a meter, a half meter, even a quarter meter easily. How? Because you already said between your two yellow areas is 1 meter. With that rod, I can easily distinguish between a half a meter, a quarter, even a quarter meter. Easily. Right?
Could he?
You can do that?
I wonder if he really could.
Yeah. He'll never show it. Sean's got a test.
No way.
Yeah, no, Sean was going to do a test with the water level. He was going to do the optics test. You know, the one that they keep telling us that we should be doing, but we're doing these tests to sort out the optics first. Sean was actually going to do it, obviously not like a rumpus test, like a slice barcane test. Like, you know, like the tests that never get done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could anybody read? I mean, the best you could probably do would be if you knew that between the two yellow was exactly 1 meter. You might be able to guess that looks like about a half a meter. But there's no way you could see the numbers that say half a meter. There's no way.
Well, when we
what
went,
the hell is he talking about?
When we went to the other beach the other day, that one, that's got an even longer, straighter section that you could probably get a mile, I reckon, on the straight shore if you look at it on the map. So we'll be able to do this much better. And again, I want to do it so it's just me in it, so we can see this perspective as I move. Let's go. What?
From 500 meters, you can see your horizontal from that auto level to your story pole, right?
Could you get within arc second?
No. See, that wasn't my question. My question is in your auto level, can you see where your horizontal, your 0 is on that story pole?
You look at it, Sean. Can you? Stop asking stupid questions. Can you see it?
Your test. Can you distinguish the horizontal you've created with that auto level on the story pole? Can you?
I can see the horizontal crosshairs in that picture. Can you?
Perfect. Okay.
Can you, now, Sean? Can you see it in that picture?
Since you can't answer honestly,
See, he's not answering. I have answered. I can see the crosshairs. And I said, can you...
My suspicion is he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He doesn't know what the crosshairs are, which crosshairs would be which.
This is sophistry.
My guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pure sophistry. He's not got a clue. He's like, say ignorant of it. But...
it has to be, right?
It's just sophistry. That's all he's got.
I can see 3 perpendiculars in that picture. One at the bottom, one in the middle, one at the top.
Yep.
I think he doesn't know what the hell one he's talking about, and that's why he won't answer. Because there's no way that guy's a surveyor.
Yeah.
No way.
Or if he is a surveyor, he's just dicking about. He's got nothing. Like, he's not helping anybody. Don't forget, there's not just me and him. This isn't just a dialectic. There's people in the room listening. And what are they listening to? I don't even know what the conversation's about. Conversation's about us doing a test and him obfuscating. It's terrible. You're not answering it honestly. Can you see that horizontal? You've just asked us the same question. It's only fair.
Here's what it is, Bev. You
Just
are
keep
purposely you're purposely being deceiving about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Purposely being deceiving about showing you a picture of what we did.
Okay.
What's deceiving about it, Sean?
On that story pole, would you be able to put a mark on that story pole that represents the horizontal you've created with the auto level?
I'll answer this one. Sean, no, you do not put a mark on the story pole. Measuring rod, whatever. What's he talking about? Sticky tape. I bet. I don't know whether Bob had done his sticky tape one.
Is he
To what
trying?
accuracy,
Is he?
Sean? What?
Is he? I'm sorry, because again, I haven't seen this before, so maybe it's coming. But is he gonna try to say, put something on there to differentiate where horizontal would be because you can't read the numbers? Is that where he's gonna go? Like put a piece of blue painter's tape on it or something, or put a big finger. You know what? This would be really good. Just get one of those big finger things. That point sideways. And just bring that out
up and down.
And move it up and down. Is this better here or better here?
Yeah.
This is which way should we go?
And get a bigger one, like inflatable, so you can get it bigger as you've moved further away. Just so.
Yeah. Jeez.
It's terrible, isn't it? This is why I don't bother going over to these other rooms, because this is the grade of people that you have to deal with. That's what I wanted to get across here, but there is a bit later on.
For instance, okay, if you had a walkie-talkie, because you don't have to say anything else about it, and someone said you put your hand on that story pole, and you were going to show on that story pole where the 0 from the auto level is,
your finger.
Would you be able to distinguish that? Would you be able to put a red ribbon around where the crosshairs hits that story?
Look, right at me in the picture. I am literally doing what he said. I'm standing up and putting my finger somewhere on it, and I'm asking them, what can you see? Can you see my finger here? Look at it. And they're saying, like I'm lifting my hand up because we're getting further away. It's mad. As he's saying it. Like, yes, that's literally what we do. You get a chance to do that when you're in here. You get a chance to say, Bev, can you just do this? And you can do it. It's instant. It's amazing when, like the stuff that we can do live on Discord. Nobody's bothered. I think I've got a picture of me doing just that because somebody asked us.
Okay. I'll wait.
Yeah, Sean, we were watching it. He said, what can you read? And we were trying to distinguish it. He put his finger on the place where we thought it was. I mean, nobody's trying anything.
Okay.
Anybody.
Are you able to establish where that horizontal 0 is on the story pole?
Over that distance?
Yes.
No, Sean. How hard is it? I have to point out that I'm over there. I'm not looking at this. I can't see any of this.
Where it is.
I'm walking away from it.
Look.
Can't see anything.
How about that? Is that good? There's me putting my finger. What do you reckon you can see, Sean? Or do you want a little bit of pink ribbon or something to tie round it? Bit of sticky tape.
Sticky tape.
I think he left.
It might have been after that.
Oh, it's unfortunate, isn't it?
So he just left.
What
Sean
was
G
deceptive
left.
about any of that?
Mm-hmm.
Gone.
Said
Like you
said
had-
we were going to go out there and put a camera on it so everyone can see. Went out there, put a camera on an auto level so everyone could see. I walked away. We measured it at the distance. We stopped. Everyone could see what it
What
looked
did you
like
measure?
through the thing.
Oh, here we go. This is
What did you
Dawn
measure?
now. I forgot about Dawn.
I was holding the measuring rod.
Right, so this is Dawn, for anybody who's not aware. This is another character that you find around these sort of places. There's many characters such as this. But again, this is again what happens.
Measuring gets
what were you
done
measuring?
by the people on this side of the auto level. It could have
What
been
were
you.
you measuring?
You could have measured it all for yourself.
I'm asking, what were you measuring?
You were looking at the auto level, right? Through the auto level at the measuring rod.
Sorry if the question's too hard. Sorry.
Measuring rod, Dawn. The measuring rod. That's what you look at and you measure. You measure the measuring rod, right?
Okay, you're measuring the rod.
Yeah, the numbers. That's what we were doing. So you could see what it looked like
And how
through an auto
What's the
level.
rod? And you measured it.
I didn't. I was holding it.
Oh, how long was the rod when someone else measured it?
Well, I'll ask them. Everybody
Who
else
was
was
it?
here.
As best I remember, Don, at 75 meters, I think it was maybe closer. You could see the centimeter numbers and the marks.
Which rod was 75 meters long?
That's not what I said.
That's what I asked. How long was the rod that you measured?
It's adjustable, Dawn. It can be made as long up to
It can
5
go
meters.
to a maximum of 5 meters. Have a look at that. Can you
So
measure that, John? Don,
You
can
measured
you measure
a rod
that?
to be 5 meters.
Can
That's
you
what
measure
done.
that?
Why are you obfuscating, Dawn? Why are you being so...
Can you answer my question? What did you
Why are
measure?
you being so
that day?
obtuse? What,
What
did
you
we
measure
measure?
that day? Yeah.
What
He
did
had
we
a measuring
measure?
wheel. He measured
We
the distance
measured
he went out.
what we could see on the measuring rods. And as Buster said, we had a measuring, or Bev had a measuring wheel.
you measured,
and
like,
he
the
was able
distance-
to measure
you
how
measured,
far
like-
out he was going.
Okay, you measured how far out you went and the stuff that you were looking at.
Exactly.
And what did that tell you? What did the measurements tell you after you got them?
What do the measurements tell us?
Yeah.
How far you could see the rod, how far you could actually get an accurate measurement at a distance.
Cool. How far was it?
About, yeah, you can have a look at this, Dawn. There you go.
Oh my god, I can't look at that.
No, exactly. You won't look at that.
Just tell me the distance, how far you managed to see.
It says
I
it
believe
on
there you
all
go.
of them. You can look for
You
yourself.
can see for yourself, Dawn.
You can see what you can see at those distances because we measured
let
them
me zoom
and
in
somebody
quick.
took a picture. Every
You can't
time
look
we
at it
did
either.
So
No.
well done. You could have
Oh,
been
can
here
I
and
interrupt
asked of
for-
us what
At
to do.
200 meters.
It's literally, this whole thing is ECV. They all ask for proof. They all ask you to do things. When you do them, they don't want to see it. They want to ask you, they want to tell you to do something different. It doesn't matter what you do. There's a group of people around here that literally won't accept anything. These are obviously not the right group of people for this test. For these things that we're doing. It's not for this group of people. They can't see it. It's amazing.
Meters, you can still see a few of the marks, right? That's what I'm getting from this.
But can you read the measuring rod, Dawn?
No, I reckon at 200
No,
meters,
well,
I could
well
guess.
done. Yeah. Yeah, you could guess. But that's not a measurement, is it?
No, it's not a
That's
full measurement.
It's a guesstimation, isn't it, Dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not very accurate, is a
How
guesstimation.
accurate would your guess be?
What camera are you using?
It's looking through the auto level, Dawn.
Yeah, but so if we got a better camera and a better auto level, can we
No,
say
you
that we
just
could
use
read
your
it at
eye.
100
Use your
100
eyes,
meters?
Dawn.
Can we agree that you might be able to read it at 100 meters?
Oh, can I answer that?
Yeah, go on.
The last time they did it, they had a different camera attached to it, and the quality wasn't as good. This time they set it up different with a different camera on it that actually could zoom. The camera zoomed to the lens, and Geo server is upgraded, so you get the 1080p. So this was the best that I've seen so far when they went out and done this. So to get any better, I don't know. I doubt it.
Let me interrupt for
going
1
with?
second.
50
Sorry,
meters?
guys. Sorry, give me 1 second. Can somebody please verify Christy King? Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, whoever was talking. My bad.
So, what about
In
50
other words,
meters?
Dawn,
Can you read
Dawn.
it at 50 meters? With this
50 meters,
camera?
yes. 50 meters was very clear. You could read the centimeter numbers. Yes.
And what is that? Just
If
that's
it-
all
if
you
you
want?
are- if you're
The
looking-
fact that we
if you're
can read
looking
it
for
at 50 meters,
accuracy-
that you're happy with that as a result?
Yeah, if you're looking for your accuracy, then 50 to 100 meters you can read within a millimeter. Yeah, which is if that's the accuracy you're looking for, then don't go any further than 100 meters. That's what I'd say. So if you go to 200 meters, then you're going to start guessing how many millimeters you can see.
What if the people are okay with guesstimations? If they're fine with it?
Well, Don, there seems to be a contention that a guy went out and did 500 meters and could read 3 centimeters. So that's the problem.
Maybe he guesstimated it from looking at markings, big markings. like
Oh
chalk.
no, there's people touting these videos like it's super accurate. He did it.
It's almost
Oh,
like a
you'll have to show me
religion,
that.
wouldn't you
You'll have
say,
to show me
Buster?
that.
Nobody wants to talk about it. They want to post the video and not want to explain it.
I mean, I'll give you. It's nuance looking through tools at the blurred horizons and blurred measuring tools. I'll give 6. I'll give you.
Nice.
Doesn't
It's
make
good,
us
isn't it?
flat, I'm afraid.
So have you ever looked through an
Yeah,
auto
you said
level,
it was,
Dawn?
Dawn. Sorry, Bev.
Have you ever looked through an auto level, Dawn?
No, I'm going to avoid it for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Any argument that you enter into about the auto level is an argument from ignorance on your part, then, because you've never looked through an auto level, right?
I think
No, I can't agree.
Beeple would be the
Can't
best
agree to
person
that.
to have this argument, actually.
Can't agree to that.
He's the one with the auto level and misuses it. So, Beeple, speak up.
Is he in here? Oh, he is. Nice.
Come on, Beeple, what you got to say?
All we're saying is that when we set the auto level up, put the camera on it and let you guys have a look, put it through this Discord. That's all we did. Like we didn't come to any conclusions. That's for you guys to do when you look through it and you can see what you can see.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's all right.
That's what we're doing. But I mean, when people come that don't want to come and watch it, and then start arguing about something that they've never even looked at, then I don't know. It's a bit silly, right?
It's fine. I mean, I totally understand that. What Sean did, he spiraled himself. He knows that sometimes you're dishonest, and he thought you were like trying to troll him and trying to prove stuff. So he just went straight in.
Name
trying
one
to debunk
thing.
Nothing.
Name one
Yeah,
thing. Is
name-
dishonest with.
Oh, you say canals are water levels.
Well, they are. They show the level of water.
Okay.
Try again. Another one.
Yeah. Any more?
No, that's it.
Well, canals are water levels.
That's a
They show
disgrace,
You can't
the
believe
level
that.
of
But
water.
I'm going to carry on thinking you're dishonest.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit bad, right?
That's all
Dawn?
on you, Dawn.
Like, I hope you don't go round saying that to. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you do. You say that to everyone all the time, don't you?
I always call out lies, yeah, once or twice. I just try and be polite with it sometimes if I have to.
And
To
you
try again,
think the
another
lie is
thing.
something to do with a canal not having a water level or not being a water level.
Inflated nature with an archaic tool.
Do you know what a lock's for at the end of a canal, Dawn?
I don't do quizzes.
No. It's to swap the levels so you can get from one level of the canal to the other level of the canal in your boat. So is that dishonest saying that?
But when I
or
asked,
would it be
what are you
dishonest
measuring,
to say that that's being
you got a bit
dishonest?
angry. I was going to point that out a minute ago. Although you did explain in the end, which I'm glad, and we all agree now, you're just showing us what it looks like through an auto level. It's fine.
Yeah.
But at first, when I said, "What are you trying to measure?" you got a bit angry, like.
No, he didn't.
I didn't get angry.
You did.
Well, what do you measure through an auto level looking at a measuring rod, Dawn? What would you measure?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
Why
that's all on you,
from
Dawn.
ignorance, Dawn.
Well, I was asking. Sorry if it was annoying.
So now you know that when you look through an auto level at a measuring rod, you actually take a reading from the measuring rod. So what is it that you're measuring, Dawn? What do you think now?
So help him.
No, don't help him.
No, well, I mean it's a good
Don't
point,
do
right?
quizzes.
What is it that you're measuring, Dawn? Come on.
That was my question to you.
Well, now you've had the scenario explained to you. What would you say, Dawn?
Yeah,
I don't care.
Is it too?
Well,
tricky?
why are you interjecting your nonsense into the argument?
You were
Dawn?
measuring what you said you were measuring.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, Dawn, for anybody else that's might wonder what they are measuring. You are measuring the distance of the bottom of the measuring rod, a vertical distance, away from the horizontal line of the crosshairs. Up to a point, right? Because at a certain point, refraction starts coming into play, doesn't it? Call it collimation. It's a bit advanced, that, but first off, we want to just do what you can see through an auto level. So, Dawn, you see and you measure the distance the bottom of the measuring rod is away from the horizontal plane that is made by the auto level.
And how far was it?
It changed, didn't it?
I don't know.
Because the sand wasn't at the same level.
So what was the average, whatever?
I wasn't measuring it, Dawn. I was holding the measuring rod. It's not up to
Didn't
me
they tell you?
to measure it.
Look, if you look back at Dawn, if you go and look at that picture, you'll see the distances, and then you'll be able to see the rod in the picture at the distance, and you'll be able to see the difference between the first one, the last one, and see what the difference is, and that's the difference.
You want me to refer back to your meme instead of you telling me?
Yeah, because then you can get it for yourself. You don't need to say we're
I'll
being
pass,
dishonest and not telling you the truth.
I'll pass, thanks.
You look. Oh, you see that? Oh,
yeah.
Look at that. Interesting. For yourself, a shot.
I've got plenty of memes.
Mm-hmm. You want to be able to say you're being dishonest, don't you? Because that's much more fun for you, isn't it?
No, I'm fine. Just poking your edges as you've shown us things.
Thanks for that, Dawn.
Isn't Left Lane supposed to be a surveyor as well? Let's hear his opinion. Seeing as B-Ball won't speak up, he's got the tools.
Let's hear anyone. Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it from all these, real knowledgeable people. Let's hear it.
What do you want to hear?
Not from you, Dawn. You've proven that you know fuck all.
I'm asking what you want to hear from them.
Like, Dawn, seriously, like, just don't worry about it. You're obviously not interested whatsoever. You won't even go and look at the things that have been provided.
So me,
You're just not interested. So we're moving on.
Not being interested.
Moving on.
You just said you don't care, Dawn. So let's leave it to the people that have got the
when did I
knowledge
say
that
that?
we're seeking, Dawn. Come
When
on.
did I say that?
Just sit down, Dawn, and let the people that have got
This is
the
Discord,
knowledge
dude.
that we are
not
asking
This is
for
not a stand-up
speak
fight.
for
This is
themselves,
Discord.
Dawn.
This is Discord.
Dawn, yeah, Dawn's
Yeah,
the saviour of everyone. Oh, wait a minute, Howard, come in.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, Don's got as much right to speak as anyone.
Mm.
No, he knows nothing about the subject, and he's admitted that. And he doesn't care about the subject. He's admitted that. But he should just back out.
When did I
We're
admit I
looking
know
for
nothing?
someone that knows a little bit about surveying, and we've heard that a few people in here might just be that person we're looking for.
And it obviously ain't you, Dawn.
Maybe do a private chat with them or something. Or you could try trolling them on Twitter.
This is what I was talking about for people shutting down conversations. Just send somebody in that has got no interest in anything just other than to shut the conversation down. Many different types of troll out there.
Dawn, why don't you just back out, mate? You're lost.
out,
leave
mate.
leave
This
it
is
to the
not a
people.
fight. This is
Leave
Discord.
it to the people that
This
have
is
got the
Discord,
knowledge,
dude.
Dawn.
Discord.
Leave it to the people that have got the knowledge,
What,
Dawn. You obviously
reckon
haven't.
You've got knowledge. The meme maker.
You obviously haven't, Dawn. I've got more knowledge on this subject than you have. Blatantly obvious.
Oh, yeah, okay. Nice ego.
So back out of the conversation,
Great
Dawn.
ego.
Let the people speak that have got the knowledge that we're asking for, okay?
Why are they not speaking now?
Because they're scared, obviously.
Scared.
They
People
want you
is
to do
scared
this,
shitless.
Scared of you holding a measuring
They
rod.
want somebody who knows nothing
How
about
did you
it
work
to
that
keep
out?
talking,
How did
Dawn.
you get to that?
Dude, nobody's scared of you, man. Nobody's scared of you. You're an idiot. You think you know more than the actual
Here's
surveyor,
B-ball.
which you're not a surveyor. Doug's not a surveyor. So who has more
That's what
knowledge?
you've got. You're an
People who are
idiot.
actually surveyors?
That's
People
what
who are
you've got.
actually
You're an idiot.
or guys who just take pictures of measuring rods and think they know more than actual surveyors.
Is that a shite mic?
No, that is a shite mic, and that's B-ball trying to stick his 2 pennyworth in.
That's what
He's got a
Do you
helmet.
know
That's
anything?
what you asked
Do you know
for.
anything about surveying? Anyone in here know anything about surveying? Apart from the people that have already spoken.
Are you a surveyor?
Are you a surveyor?
Come
Come
on,
on,
man.
B-ball, stutter it out.
Are you a surveyor? Are you a surveyor?
No.
Am I a surveyor?
No. Can we start again?
surveyed.
Ask the question.
I have surveyed, yes.
Me too.
Okay, so what is it? So
Oh,
when
me
we
too
look
then.
at manuals and it. Okay, so when we look at manuals and it says you have to account for curvature, refraction.
B-ball. Did you write the manual? Did I write the
Then what are
manual?
they
Or
talking
are we
about?
talking about somebody else's musings?
Okay, so you deny what surveyors do then. Got it. That's all you guys have. All you do is
Did
deny
you
what-
did you actually look at the geometry at the front part of the manual, B-ball? And did
Does
you
it-
actually
does
go
it-
through the geometry
Does it say
in the manual?
curvature and refraction?
No, you didn't.
Does it
So you're
not say
cherry
that?
picking out of the manual,
Okay,
B-ball.
so it doesn't.
Nice
so
one.
it doesn't say that, does it?
Nice one.
Are you
Cherry
denying
picking.
curvature and refraction?
What's
Are you denying
curving?
Cherry
curvature?
picking from the manual.
What's curving?
Are we-
B-ball.
Are we denying curvature and refraction?
B-ball. What is curving?
Okay, so you deny what. So you deny what surveyors actually do then.
B-ball. What's curving?
Right. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all you guys do is have denial.
Oh,
What's
there's the
curving?
guy who
B-ball.
won't answer a question.
What's curving? Come on. You keep saying we deny curvature. Well, I can see curves.
Bev.
I don't
Bev.
deny curves. They exist, right? They can be measured with a measuring rod,
Yes,
right?
and that's what
now,
they do, Bev.
B-ball.
Which you
What
continue
is
to deny
curving?
that they do. The surface of the earth is curving.
It curves all over the place. We measure elevation changes. Yes. We
Well
can
done,
measure
B-ball.
There
them
is a
with
difference
an
between
auto
curvature and
level.
elevation. If you knew more about surveying than what you think is going on, you would understand that there's a difference between curvature and elevation.
Have you done surveying? Are you a surveyor,
No,
B-ball?
I haven't.
No.
No, I haven't. But I refer to people who've actually.
There you go. There's a difference between curvature and elevation. Obviously, they're two completely different things. I don't know who says that. In fact, yes, I do. Model-obsessed people that have been taught an argument, some sort of a paralogism. They've just been handed it.
Mind you, that's on the globe side.
It means nothing, though, right? It's a vacuous statement that doesn't even require an answer, really. Go on.
Can I distract the whole group for 1 second?
Okay, what's this?
I just want to let y'all know I got it to run.
Nice.
But I didn't get it on video. I tried to get it on video and then the battery died. The battery's just charging, but I will be putting out a video.
Nice.
I'm going to actually put it on my channel, probably.
But how many years since that one's run?
About 7 years since it ran, but the actual motor in the thing is almost 100 years old.
Yeah, man.
And it ran.
Nice.
I'm so excited right now. Anyways, sorry. Carry on. I'm still listening.
Okay.
We've done it.
Right. So, which people are these that you're referring to?
Geodetic surveyors. The
Which
people
ones?
who actually surveyed. And
Which
the manuals
ones?
that they create.
I've talked to them too,
they write.
people.
I bet
I've talked to more surveyors than you.
And what have they told you?
That level is horizontal. Every one of them.
No, and again,
Yeah.
and everyone in surveying knows that level and horizontal are two different things, Bev. Two different
Only
things.
in your head. Only in your head, people.
No,
they're not
Yes.
two different things.
Every single manual you look up says
Don't get
level
angry,
is the
people.
Yeah, he is.
As it is.
He is very angry.
Right? Level follows the curvature of the earth, and horizontal is a straight line that is tangent to the surface.
Good job, none of my walls that I build, we're using your bendy level.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a bent level. It either goes back to the calibration shop or it goes in the skip. There's no use for it,
So basically, you've never read any kind of surveying literature at all, Bev, have you?
Yeah, I have. Of course I have.
Just today.
So what does it say
Yeah,
about?
we
what does it
did
say
it
about
today.
Level? What does it? Okay, so what does it say about level?
Well, it said that they work on a plane. Plane
Where
surveyors
does it
work
say
on a
that?
plane.
Where does
weird,
it say?
isn't
I'm
it?
talking. We're talking
Can
about.
you even
geodetic
imagine that?
surveying.
Plane surveyors working
Yeah,
on
we're
a
talking
plane.
about. We're not talking about small areas. We're talking about large areas.
We're talking about
not small areas.
Where's the curve start, B-ball? Where's your curve start?
We're talking about.
Where
we're talking about large
does
areas
your
where the
curve
farther out you
start,
go,
B-ball?
the farther out you go, you have to start accounting for curvature, and that's what
That's not
every
what he asked.
surveying manual
He asked
says.
where
You
it
don't
starts.
account for curvature.
It
You
starts
don't.
immediately.
You
at your
don't.
feet.
Ah, there we go. Immediately.
You don't
Oh,
account
so
for
it-
curvature, B-ball.
So you don't. Oh, you don't.
No.
Well, that's not what surveyors say. That's
No,
not what the
it
manuals
is what
say.
surveyors say because they
No, it's
don't
not.
account for curvature.
Yeah, in small areas, it's so minute you don't have to account for it. We're talking about large areas,
Are
Bev.
these surveyors you've talked to? Are they like YouTube surveyors?
No, we're talking about actual surveyors, like
Discord
the,
surveyors.
the Society of Geodetic Surveying, the American
Wow.
Society of Geodetic Surveying.
Oh, people, while we're on that subject, there's a question I've been asking you that you've been running from. What tools do geodetic surveyors use?
Why do you keep asking me this rhetorical question?
Because you keep
And if I
going
give you
on
the
about
answer,
Oi,
why does it even matter if I give you the answer?
let me
Because you're
answer
gonna
the
deny it
question,
anyway.
people. Let me answer your question. Because you've been going on about geodetic surveying and
Let me
geodetic
guess.
surveyors.
Here's
I've
your
asked
answer. You ready?
what
Here's
tools
your
they
answer. You
use,
ready?
and you
B-ball,
keep
B-ball,
running.
please
Listen,
let him
stop
finish.
talking. I'm answering.
B-ball.
I'm answering his question.
No,
I'm answering his
he's
question.
still
They use
asking the
theodolite,
question.
They use measuring tape.
Oh, you just
they
don't.
use total stations. They use 3D scanners. They use GPS, GNSS, and they use level and rod. What else would you like?
Okay, so how many of them are first order measurements?
Who gives a fuck?
Oh wow! Yeah, very good.
So that's your answer.
Wow.
Whoa.
Pretty telling.
There's one. If you want to have a listen to that one, people, I've just put it in live stream 1. That's where I go up to a surveyor on the side of the street and ask
Yeah, we've
him.
all heard that.
So if you
Yep,
want
I
to
heard that
hear,
one before.
if you want to hear what a surveyor says when I ask him a question, you can listen to it.
Oh, you asked a guy on the side of the road who's probably not accounting for curvature, right?
Hey, mate. I've been doing a bit of a project about level with the lad, right? It's horizontal, right?
Yeah.
It's nothing else.
See, I call it vertical because it's up and down.
Well, it's perpendicular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Horizontal and vertical. Level is, it's not curved at all, is it?
No, it's flat.
Can't be have a curve in it.
Can't be curved, no, it's flat.
Brilliant. Cheers, mate.
All right.
So, the water level in the canal.
Yeah.
Horizontal, right?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Because like it goes...
That's what the lock does. The lock changes the level, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So in theory, from one lock to the next, the water level should be the same.
So, like here, the canal goes from Liverpool Locks.
Yeah.
All the way to Apley Bridge.
Yeah.
27 miles.
Yeah.
One level.
No.
No locks.
Oh, no locks?
There's no locks from Liverpool all the way. This is the
If
south.
there's no locks, in theory, it should be level.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your water would spill out of it.
I know. Hello. Horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So.
Cheers, mate.
A surveyor, yeah.
He said level is horizontal.
A guy trying to level a guy trying to level a freaking sidewalk.
I asked. Look, so again, actually talk to a surveyor. I mean, I felt fucking ridiculous asking him if level was horizontal, right? You could hear me laughing. It was embarrassing for me and him. But is that?
It's Rob with his shit, mate.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I bet you said you can't scale.
That's the one that Nathan Oakley took as well. Nathan Oakley had to go at me for that. And again, that was even longer ago than all of this sort of stuff. But it's just talking to surveyors. You can talk to any surveyor. He'll tell you exactly the same thing. But B-Ball, a guy who's never done any surveying, just hang around in Discord chats, talking shit, completely just dismissed him. So what are you meant to do? Any surveyor that you ever talk to will just be dismissed by these people. These people are experts. 'Tis Globe. They've got it in their heads for some reason that level being horizontal doesn't work in reality. It doesn't fit on their globe, yet it is in reality. So just put it on your globe. Reality is, if reality is globe, then level is horizontal, as said by everybody, other than this tiny little group of people that say that it's their globe. I don't know why it should be any difference from anybody else's globe, but all of this sort of stuff, again, known. Ask him, B-Ball, I ask him about a 27-mile stretch of canal in that thing, right? So, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you're not a surveyor. He is.
What did you say? You said it's level, right? Oh, it's horizontal, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't ask him any direct questions. Right? So here's what you should actually do.
Listen.
Call up an actual geodetic surveying company, right?
And advise people. You know absolutely fuck all about anything.
Quiet. I'm not
Why
finished.
are you giving advice?
Go and call an actual geodetic surveyor and ask them, hey, over large distances, does curvature and refraction need to be taken into account?
The level is, it's not curved at all, is it?
No, it's flat.
Can't be have a curve in it.
Can't be curved, no, it's flat.
Brilliant. Cheers, mate.
All right.
Okay.
I wonder whether this is the one that Nathan Oakley watched and where he got that clip from. Whether he watched what we were doing when we talked about the optics test that we went and did. I don't know.
What do you reckon? Be pissed off that we actually go out and do stuff. Go and talk to people. That's the one and only time I've ever recorded a conversation with a surveyor. Because of the reaction that you get. It doesn't matter what you give these people. They're not bothered. We do these tests for the people that want to come and see it. Not for these b-ball type people. The ones that will never accept anything that you ever do. They're just argumentative for no reason. With no argument.
Hey, I got one for you people. Why don't you phone up geodetic surveyors and ask them if first order measurements are important?
Just get him to say that level is curved and horizontal is different.
That is
and
a good
it
one.
deviates from the other. I mean, just
no,
get him to anyone to do that.
I'm going to ask them if curvature and refraction need to be taken into account over large areas. That's what I'm going to ask.
Ask them if first order measurements are important as well, people.
What do you think they're going to say?
The level is it's not curved at all, is it?
No, it's flat.
Can't have a curve in it.
Can't be curved, no, it's flat.
Brilliant. Cheers, mate.
All right.
Why is it always curvature and refraction?
And it's the point, right? It can't be curved. There is a proof within that statement. When he says can't, he knows what's lying behind it. There's a lot. Geometric principles. Mathematical thought. Yeah.
Because they go hand in hand.
I wonder why. Why is it always curvature and refraction over large areas? Why is that? I wonder why.
What do you think of first order measurement? What do you think of first order measurement?
So
what do you think of first order measurement? Have you ever done one? You ever measured anything?
He's never measured anything.
Well, apparently you guys haven't, because every time I ask for your actual measurements, they go, "Oh, we didn't measure anything." But yeah, you're asking,
have you measured anything?
Fucking hell. Measurements of what, B-ball?
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your heads, I'll tell you.
Yeah, unbelievable.
No. I refer to the experts. I don't refer to you. You guys have you guys.
Hey, people, we've measured a measuring rod. We've measured a measuring rod, which is more than you've done.
And you've gone out and you've taken pictures of yourselves with measuring rods. That's all you've done.
It's normally me. I'm the one that holds the measuring rod. Look, you've gone out there and took pictures of you in the measuring rod. Like, yes. What else do you think there should be? What else is there to do? It's crazy what the expectations of these people are. All we have to do is go out and show people within the optics what exactly it is you can see, and it goes mental.
You should
crazy.
dance around measuring rod.
Yeah. They want some sort of optical proof, right, of something with a measurement. It's crazy.
They will only accept proof of globe.
How we went through this, you'll go when you listen to it tomorrow. That's why I wanted to put these first two of the philosophy out there. Proof isn't gained through optics or vision. You have to take all of these things on trust with your imagination and your vision. That's not where proof comes from. Not from those places. And these guys, they can't get into the geometric principles. When that guy said, you can't, it can't be curved, right? The can't has a reason. It cannot be curved. There's an underlying principle involved in that this group of people, like we were saying earlier, postmodernism, they've given up these self-evident truths. They're accepting impossibilities within to their idea, and it's pretty bad. What, people who know nothing are willing to say that they do know on the basis of the can't. There can't be a can't. The not that.
Yeah.
Is that
Yep,
all right?
It's a photo shoot. No, there's a photo shoot with
Is that
measurements.
all right? Or would you rather me
And
put
then
my
so-called
son
water
on
level.
camera? Then
No,
you can
I'd
all
rather-
meme
I'd
the
rather
shit
go
out
out-
of my son.
No, I'd rather you go out and actually prove that the Earth is not curving.
No, we're just
With your
showing
measurement.
people what it looks like through. Like he wants us to go out and prove that the Earth's not curving. What a tit! Don't know how many times we have to tell people we're not flat earthers. Like there's curves there, you can see them. Crazy. An
so you're
auto
not-
level, people. There's no
showing
need for
you-
you to get upset about it.
When you go out there.
Hell.
So you're basically just going out there and wasting your time and just taking pictures with your auto level.
We was trying to help people
Not actually
that
prove-
have never seen
not
what it
actually
looks like.
proving that.
Yeah, just keep talking.
Not
Don't worry
actually
about it.
proving
Yeah,
that the surface of the Earth isn't curving. Is what ultimately what you guys believe. That the Earth is not. The Earth
Can
is
you
not
calm
curving,
down
right?
a second, please, people?
Have you ever posted anything that was the main surveyor's information, B-Ball?
Of course, because he's an actual surveyor.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Brilliant question.
So when
by
he does
Buster.
his measurements over 1,500 feet and says he's getting 1 arc second, you think that's honest?
Sure. Why not? Why wouldn't it be?
Well, that's why Bev went out to do a 500-meter test to see what you could see.
Did he? Okay, so where are the measurements from that test? And is there a video of that test? Because none of
Can you remember we went over that video that main surveyor made for his test? There was a few pictures, and the rest were some numbers wrote down in a book. That's what these guys are like literally they're trusting the pencil markings in a book of a guy that literally showed a picture of the side of a machine versus actual footage of showing what actually was seen. That's what we've got here on one hand and on the other.
I agree.
And listen to B-Ball. Complete trust of this measurement of this guy that just wrote some numbers down in a book. This is the basis of the entirety of these guys, right? Jesse Kozlowski got caught out lying about water level dropping away from horizontal. He had to disappear. A new guy came in that may or may not live in Maine to take up that job. He made a video about plumb bobs not being parallel, measuring it, when he didn't do anything. He just wrote some fucking numbers down in a book. Played an acting role of a guy who, professionals that actually do this sort of shit. Hey, he got called out when he got caught acting that he didn't even know what the auto levels were. His video's still up on the thing. He's not bothered about it, but he's had to leave the arena. And now other people are defending this bullshit. They've gone. They're never coming back, these people. But listen to the sophistry.
He did it live on Discord.
No, he's talking about the main
you know what's
surveyors.
funny?
I think he's talking about the main surveyors. He's not even watched that one. That's what you're talking
No,
about.
I'm talking about yours now. You know what's funny though? You record every other Discord thing, but this particular test you decided not to record. Why is that?
I was
out
out on the fucking canal.
Right.
And it was
right,
live
right.
on Discord.
Right, and you just decided not to
And
record.
I said
But
I would
you-
record it, and
you'll
actually
go to
had some problems
Discord.
with the
How do you
computer,
know?
so
No, he's
therefore I
talking-
couldn't.
You'll go
Let me
minute.
hold on, guys. Hold on. Take
Yeah.
a deep breath.
Yeah.
B-Ball, let me explain to you before you go off the rails. What
Yeah,
they
too late.
did, what they did a couple of days ago, bro, is this. And they said it before they did it. They went out with an auto level that had a camera on it. The objective was to show the people like myself who has never looked through an auto level. Now I can say I know what it looks like. That's all they did. They didn't go there to measure anything, to prove anything. Do you understand, B-Ball?
Yeah, I understand. So what's the point? Just to say, hey, this is what an auto level looks like. That's great. It looks like
Yeah,
crossing.
for the audience. Yeah, for the Discord.
And to demonstrate that one arc session, 3 meters, is not measurable at any distance over 200 meters. You can't see the measuring rod. You can't measure anything really
Let
over
alone-
125 meters.
Let alone even thinking about doing an arc second.
I suggest you watch the video, B-Ball. I know you don't like Bev. Just
there's a
watch
video
the video,
about it.
pretend
I'll
he's not there, and you'll
Post it right
see
here.
it for yourself.
Post it in here.
You
Yeah,
can't
the
see
video,
nothing.
the video you said wasn't there. Yeah, that video you said that wasn't done. Yeah.
All right,
Do you
so
want to apologise for that? Or not?
Post it in the chat, please.
You know where to find it, people. Jesus, we've got to do everything
I gotta
for you.
find it.
What
I
video?
gotta find it.
Wait a minute. What
I
video?
gotta find it.
Everybody's
Yeah,
getting all.
Yep, post it, please.
Has somebody done a video?
Oh no.
I don't know.
was
What are we talking about? I've not
Yeah,
done
what
the
are we talking
video
about?
of what we did this weekend.
Oh,
What are
oh,
you
yeah.
looking for, B-Ball?
They just said it was a video. Was that a
You're
lie
gonna
or
have
is that
Well,
to
here we
me.
go
That was
now.
my fault. No, I thought
Somebody
Bev put it out.
I've not put it
No.
out yet. No.
I recorded it for Bev. It was his. He went through all the trouble to go out, and I recorded because Spot On was having trouble. It's his video as
Thank
far
you.
as I'm concerned.
Awesome. I'd like to see
You
it.
will
Go
see
ahead,
it
post
soon, B-Ball. You
Whenever
will
you
see
get a
it
chance.
soon.
Yeah, but there's some pictures of what
And
you
what
could
about-
see
what
at the
about the-
distances. You can have a look at that.
Well, what about the one where you went out to the canal or whatever, and you were taking pictures of the auto level and your measuring rod and your tubes and everything? Where's that video? Where you proved that level was horizontal. Remember that one? That's the video that I want to see, and that's the video that all of us want to see.
Well, we'll
Seems like that one.
You remember that one where I proved that level was horizontal? Remember that one? It's a good video, that one. The one where Bev proves that level is horizontal. Verified by B-Ball for life. He's always been a good friend. Can put that on my resume. B-Ball for life says that one video where Bev proves that level is horizontal. Do it
Maybe
properly
losing a
for
few
you, right?
viewers.
We'll make it a big deal. But
Yeah,
will you come and watch it? Will you? Will you sit through?
No, I want you.
Will
No, I want you
you
to do a video
sit?
and post it. Record yourself doing it.
Right? Will you sit through the proof that goes beforehand, before that? Right? Then you know when we go out and do the test, you know what you will be looking for. See, that's a bit poignant as well, isn't it? Will you sit through the proof that comes before the test? And the answer is obviously no. ECV, massive. Nobody can ever sit through any one of the level is horizontal proofs. It's not possible. Do you think you could do that?
No, I want you to just
I know.
record yourself
No,
doing
no.
it and then post it. Just record yourself doing it and post it. Probably because I'm different.
I'm not going to watch anything you
I'm
do.
not going to
babe.
go and.
Nah,
I'm not going to go.
I'm going to run away and hide from it. I'm scared.
No,
of
I'll
it,
wait for the
Bev.
video.
Look, say he's gonna do that, and then he's gonna wait for the video, and then he's not gonna watch the video because why would he want to watch your video? Then he'll ask you to do something else. If you play to these people that have nothing, you can never give them what they want. That goalpost shifting that happens. Well, this is it.
No, I'll wait for the video.
Bev, don't do it, Bev. Don't take me through the proofs and then do it practically, Bev. I'm so scared.
Don't make me
Right,
say
right.
that a straight line is not curved.
Are you going to
Right,
put this
I'll
on
wait for the
DVD? Because
video.
I'm not going to watch the video. I'll wait until it comes out on DVD.
You don't want to watch it at the cinema or watch it live, right? That'd be no
Straight
good.
to DVD.
We don't want adverts either.
So there,
No.
was there or was there not a video of your last test?
Test?
What
Nobody
last
did
test?
a test.
We did it live. The last one we just did was a sight test to see how far you can
Not talking
see
about that one.
through an auto level over a
Not
distance
asking about
from
that one.
0 to 500 meters.
I'm not asking about that one.
Okay, that was the last
That's the
test
one
we
we're
did,
talking
though.
about.
That's the last test,
I
right?
saw-
Which one are you
Right, I saw
talking
that
about,
one, yes.
B-Ball?
The one where you went out to the
There's
canal.
so many tests.
and
Yeah,
had
we've
that
done
water
loads.
level. That one.
How many tests have you done, people?
I've done several.
Where are them? Have you got them for us?
They're
Can we
on
have a
my-
look at them?
Which one would you like? I have other stuff other than with auto levels. I have other subjects I
The
dabble
last
in.
test
It's
you
just
did,
one.
please.
I'm not stuck on one subject. It seems like you guys are stuck on one subject.
Yeah,
geometry.
Yeah,
That's a good subject to be stuck on.
Stuck on it, and
Yeah,
also
right.
trying to help people so they can see what it looks like when they
Oh,
actually look
you
through
mean
these
trying
tools.
to rewrite geometry and
No,
prove
we're
that
just showing
circle
people what
geometry
it looks like.
Right, right.
Geometry.
Who's rewriting geometry?
Ruhif.
Apparently, you guys.
It's
How's that,
Ruhif.
You know,
people?
you guys say that the surface of a sphere is three-dimensional, and where it's not two-dimensional.
Here we go. This is the way it always leads from one conversation to the next.
No, whatever the hell you guys say.
Is that rewriting geometry, people?
Yeah, because everyone else says something different.
Not
The rest of the
Euclidean
world says
geometry was rewriting geometry, so
The rest of the world says the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, except for you guys. So apparently the rest.
He thinks it's rewriting geometry to not have a two-dimensional surface of a sphere, when actually in geometry it is in the three-dimensional solid geometry. That's where the sphere comes in. It's unfortunate that the Blue Marble Science team have people like B-Ball in it, because they have to cover him. They have to. People say stupid shit, and I think it's a challenge for them to be able to cover this sort of stuff. See, B-Ball's brought, it was B-Ball that brought the straight line tangent thing in to discussion, and that's what they had to defend him. It was I Can Science, was it? Science It Out had to defend B-Ball with the straight line tangent to itself bullshit. Well, B-Ball's bringing the surface of a sphere argument in. Obviously, he's not qualified for it at all. Geometrically ignorant people shouldn't enter into geometry-based arguments like this.
The rest of the world is incorrect, right?
So,
Yeah,
again, how are we rewriting geometry, people?
B-Ball's taking word. He's the rest of the world now. It's the rest of the world and B-Ball versus us, apparently, I think. Isn't that right, B-Ball?
No, you guys think that the surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional. Only you guys think
It's not a
that.
sphere. Is a three-dimensional object, right?
So is the rest of the world incorrect?
I don't know. You speaking for the rest of the world, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Nice.
You can't even speak for yourself.
The rest of the world incorrect? Bev? Is the rest of the world
speak for yourself, and you think you're speaking for the rest of the world?
How many
People.
dimensions are in position on a sphere? On the surface of a sphere?
He's got some backup, see? He's getting help.
Is this an open discussion or just a Bev thing?
Another
Who was
bad
that?
mic thing.
Yeah,
Who was clipping?
Yeah.
Was that Mobius? No.
No, I tried. Did I step in front of someone?
No,
No, not you.
somebody else was talking there, Crit. I don't know who it was. It
sounded like Mobius,
No,
but I
it
don't
wasn't.
think it was.
No, it wasn't me.
Who was it?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
Somebody got silenced. Conveniently.
I hit a bump and my phone dropped out of my hands. I had to go and fumble with it.
Sonic.
So, how many coordinates are required to describe any position on the surface of a sphere?
What?
How many coordinates are necessary to describe a position on a sphere?
I don't know.
See, this is one of those stupid arguments, right? Where did that come from? Because B-Ball said that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, and now Moyoc man, Zanik, is saying that how many coordinates are needed for the position of on a sphere. Has anybody ever needed coordinates for spheres?
No.
No. Vacuous statement, right? One of these arguments that has been brought in by a group of people to avoid having actual conversations about things, because this is not even a thing. The coordinates on a sphere. It's fucking ridiculous. Crazy. No, I've never
what it sounds like, Beth.
tried to describe a... Go on, is that Redmond?
Yeah. What I was gonna say was, with asking a question like that, he's just trying to put you on the sphere. That's all.
He's putting... It's his imagination. But as he will talk about, a ball and the valve. Crazy position on a sphere. You tell us.
Two.
Okay.
They know about geometry.
I thought you... What sort of a sphere do you mean? Do you mean like a ball?
No, like a fucking square, Bev. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, do we mean a sphere or the mathematical sphere? Wait, what are we talking about?
Let's purposely play dumb.
No, I'm being deadly serious. Do you mean a sphere as in a mathematical concept? Or do you mean a ball?
Just answer the fucking
A ball,
question.
a sphere.
Okay, a ball. Right. I don't know. See, now, right there, you can obviously see that B-Ball has no actual geometric concepts. He doesn't understand the difference between a mathematical sphere and a ball. He can't see it. He doesn't understand it. And therefore, the little mathematical tricks that have been played on people don't work with B-Ball, because B-Ball doesn't see the mathematical realm. He has no thought process. Doesn't come into it at all. And he's never actually studied geometry, of all of the intelligent people that we have around here. Like I say, I've never put a coordinate system to a ball. I don't know. You'll have to tell us. It'd be like if you just put a dot on a ball somewhere, you would try and find a coordinate system, would you?
How about grid coordinates, Bev? Or, latitude,
coordinates
longitude.
on a ball. Don't be silly.
Latitude, longitude.
No,
Jesus Christ.
You said grid coordinates on a ball.
Oh my God.
Oh, really?
You purposely play dumb. That's your game.
No, I'm just wondering. Like, a surface of a ball, you gonna put a coordinate system on it for some reason. I don't know
GPS
why.
coordinates, latitude, longitude.
How big's the ball?
Those are grid coordinates on a ball.
How big's the ball that we're gonna put a grid coordinate system on?
Doesn't matter.
Oh God.
Doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say a little ball. I've got one here, tennis ball.
Sure.
Okay. Now, how would we... Sure, he says, to a tennis ball. I know, people are leaving. Nobody wants to listen to B-Ball and Moyoc Man make a fool out of themselves now, putting a grid coordinate system on a ball. Tennis ball, it's getting... Put a grid coordinate system on it. Right. Should we put a point? If I put a dot on a ball... Right, let's see that. That's the point we want to reference to our coordinate system. How would we do that? Go on, I've got to put a dot on a ball. You run us through it.
Well,
it's good, this, isn't it? Running people through from first principles how to order a coordinate system on a ball, like, because that's what they're claiming. They're trying to get to 2 dimensions on a ball through a grid coordinate system. It's impressive, but I think you could see the underlying structure that they're going to end up having a problem with. All of them, this is. All of them.
Equal lines all along that ball, and then you draw equal lines perpendicular to those lines, and then you number all the lines, and then where the lines cross, where your dot is, that will be a coordinate.
Mm-hmm. That's nice, but if the ball rolled a bit.
Oh God.
I'm being deadly serious, right? So the ball, you put a dot on a ball, and you're going to draw a load of lines on it. He said something about perpendicular, which is impossible. But hey, let's imagine you can do whatever you want to imagine you can do. Then the ball rolls a bit. Like, does that change the coordinate system, or
no?
The coordinate system's fixed to wherever you've drawn the lines.
No, the dot's going to be in the same place. The coordinates of the dot do not change because the ball rolls.
Okay.
Stop being pedantic.
So you're fixing the coordinate system to the lines that you're going to draw on it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you not use?
So again, this is B-ball. He's literally just drawn lines on a ball. It doesn't matter if the ball rolls or whatever. His entire coordinate system is now based around lines that he's drawn on a ball. Well, what does that tell you about B-ball and his capacity, mental capacity to structure this? How does B-ball translate this to reality? Literally has to draw lines, and those lines then become B-ball's coordinate system. In reality.
Perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular. You draw perpendicular lines. This is why I keep saying the longitude and latitude. There's a contradiction there, because they're perpendicular to each other. Just like level and horizontal are perpendicular to each other. Straight lines. It's fantastic. Just like the 2 coordinates of horizontal, the X and the Y. They're perpendicular to each other. Just the same as longitude and latitude. They're perpendicular to each other. It's amazing. The similarities that were going along here, but these connections just can't be made. Or they can't even admit that, there's a contradiction. I can admit that there has to be a contradiction, but it is globe, but level's horizontal. You're going to have to accept them all, and the contradiction as well. Epohe.
You not use Google Earth, Bev?
What?
Or GPS coordinates?
Not for balls. No.
No, so you don't use Google Earth at all.
Definitely not for the tennis ball that we're trying
tennis
to
ball,
describe.
yeah, I was just thinking.
How about,
I don't think the Google
travel?
Earth's that good. I mean, you'd have to leave it in the back garden for a while and be able to.
What if you were?
What if you were
out? What if you were out in the woods? And what if you were out in the woods? What kind of system would you use?
Look where we're going.
Try and find another position.
Again, this just goes to show the scatterbrain and what you have to deal with chasing goalposts, right? We've gone from a tennis ball, drawing lines on a tennis ball, and now we're in the woods. It's crazy. But these are the conversations you have to have. You're following them, you're chasing them around. Don't even know what we're talking about. It's mad. On the tennis ball?
No, in reality.
Yeah, the tennis ball is in reality, right? We've got a dot on the ball. That's what we were doing.
Okay, no more tennis ball, Bev. No more tennis ball.
You said any size ball. That's the system you've given us. Don't be changing your mind now.
No more tennis ball.
Everybody's got used to the tennis ball with a dot on it.
We're out in the woods. and you're
In the
trying to
woods with
get
a
to a
tennis ball.
specific place.
Nice. Okay. Well, you'd still have the lines on the ball that you
Yeah,
draw.
I understand. You purposely play dumb. Good job, Bev.
Yeah.
That's your game. You have no game.
You've done
You
really well
purposely play
explaining
dumb.
this coordinate system.
A globe of any size, a globe, like the model of a globe, the thing that we have in the classroom of any size will accurately give you information about positions of things.
Right. So you could take a globe with you then into the woods.
Right, but I can make one
Would
that's
that be
6
all right?
inches, or I can make one that's 36 inches.
Yeah.
Radius.
Yeah, you can draw lines on balls. Yeah. That's what B-ball said. You draw lines on balls. Yeah.
And now we know where things are. We've got a coordinate system that we can work from.
On the ball.
Just
Like,
right
you
there.
just go, there's a ball. The ball's there. Which part of the
No,
ball?
but I
Well,
wanna
does it
know-
really
I wanna
matter?
know-
Because the ball can roll over,
I want
can't it?
to know where the valve stem is in reference to where the S is in Spalding.
Well, yeah, but the valve can roll about. It can be in any position, can't it?
Doesn't matter if you roll them about. I can still find it with a computer. I can go and say, okay, this is where the S is. Come down 45 degrees, and that's where the valve will be. It's a wonderful system.
Sounds like
it
a
allows you to now
terrific
make use of
operation.
these
This.
of the ball.
Yeah. Come in, please, Anik. Tell me, where's the
Sounds like-
where's the valve thing? I'm struggling to find it.
Go on. Is that Buster in here? Buster in the thing? Can't tell. No, it must be Buster in the thing.
Can you give me
Sounds
the
like-
coordinate system?
It sounds like he's working in 3D.
Yeah.
Purposely playing dumb.
Actually, I'm working at 2D.
Here we go.
What?
Here we go.
2D.
Here we go.
If
We're
you've got,
going
a,
2D to
if
find
you've got
it
a
out.
valve, you're blowing it up, right? You're pumping it up. That can't be 2D. Can it?
Finding the location of it is 2D.
Finding the location of the
Through
ball
3D object.
or the valve. I'm struggling to work out what exactly. See, this is where I get a bit weird about it as well. If it's meant to be 2D and you're finding the location of the valve, does the valve not have a location in 3D? How can it be possibly in 2D? It's got to have a position, a located position in 3D. You can't reduce that down to 2D. Just because it's a ball. The actual ball has a... You know, it's a mad argument. Anyway, it's not even an argument, really, because it's geometric and... I think these guys... Talking about, yeah.
Dump with everything. You gotta have fun with your playing dumb fist. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
That's all I can do is play dumb.
See you later.
Here's your Greek coordinates.
Nice try.
Your coordinate system on a ball.
Yeah. They're the lines. Yeah, you
Very
said
simple.
you draw lines on balls. Yeah. That's good.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the coordinate system is the lines that you draw on a ball.
Yep. And you can find any position on Earth using that Greek coordinate system.
On Earth?
Thank you.
No, that's a ball.
Yep.
Right, so there's something relating that to the Earth that we're on, is it? We've got a ball. You were talking about a ball, right? Don't know whether anybody noticed that little magic trick he did. Bait and switch, huh? Sorry, not that stupid. So back to the measurements that we managed to get away from. How far can you reckon you could see through your auto level to be accurate? And in order to measure some sort of curvature, how far do you reckon you could see to measure that? Because it's been claimed that people can actually see large distances to measure these things. 1 arc second, I believe, at the last sort of thing. Although George has claimed that he can do much better accuracy than that. Much better.
Bev, do you think you could tell the difference between 10 feet and 50 feet?
God rest his soul, George.
Yeah, there's some different numbers there, isn't there?
Would you need to measure the difference between 10 feet and 50 feet? Or would you just be able to see, yeah, that's,
I'd be
that's
able
a
to
lot
calculate
taller.
the difference would be 40 feet. It's a very easy calculation.
Would you be able to notice that a tree is taller than a car? Or would you have to measure it to find out?
Listen to the genius. Would you be able to measure that a tree is bigger than a car? This is Blue Marble Science from B-Ball for Life. Or Earth is Life, as he now calls himself. I've seen some a bit distressing videos where he's using his kid in his videos.
The tree is actually taller than the car.
I don't know. It might be a clever trick of perspective, right? Have you ever seen bonsai trees? You would have to survey it, right, in order to be able to do that. I mean, by surveying, I mean go walk all the way around it and check it out, maybe measure it a bit, working on it, and then you'd be able to definitely work out whether a tree's bigger than a car. I mean, it sounds like a good one. I mean, you could do a video about it. Working out whether a tree is bigger than a car with B-Ball. He could measure that, right? Work out the tree's bigger than a car and then go, "'Tis globe." So clever. The latest globe thing. I mean, it could take off. You never know. Do you think you could?
Here you go.
I measure.
Is that tree?
I measure.
Is that tree taller than the red car, Bev?
He's literally got a picture of a tree in a car. That's so sad.
What a pathetic question, people.
Why is it that you point out what people have claimed to do and the measurements that they tout from a video that are hyper specific? Now we're talking about a tree in a car.
Yeah.
That is unmeasured.
Because I'm trying to point out that I don't have to measure the tree to know that it's taller than the car.
Yeah, there's a guy that lives in Maine, right?
Yeah.
There's a guy that lives in
Actually,
Maine.
you do.
That
Actually, you do.
he has looked, supposedly, B-Ball. I think you might have showed us a video that you gave us for us to have a look at. We go over it again. But he claims to be able to do 1 arc second over 1,500 feet, 500 meters.
Was it people that gave us that video?
Yeah, he's given us it many times. I mean, heroes of his.
I refer to the experts, the people who actually survey.
Right,
I don't
so
refer
do
to
you know
people who just have
a
surveying certificate?
Yeah.
And think that.
Have you ever seen anybody else's surveying certificate?
And people people.
How
who
many
think
surveying
that level and
certificates have you ever
horizontal-
seen?
And people who think that level and horizontal are
just
the
one?
same thing when clearly in
You've only
surveying
seen
it's not.
one
So
surveying certificate.
you guys, all you have
Why are you
have
already skating away
is
from the
denial.
I'm going to get there.
All you
Back.
have
He's
is
just
a-
asked the trigger. Just to do his trigger response.
All you have is a denial of surveying.
Why are you
That's
obviously skating
pretty
from the
much all
topic,
you have.
B-Ball?
Right. Okay. So, do you know, B-Ball? Have you ever done a calculation to work out how, what distance, an arc second is over 500 meters?
I'm not worried about 500 meters. I'm worried about long distance.
Just the video that you gave us to look over with the numbers that you gave us. That's what we
I
did.
don't
We
care
went to
about
go and have a
short
look at it, and we
distances,
thought, oh, that looks
I
like
don't
something
care. I
we
don't-
could check.
I don't scribble about arc seconds. Okay, I like to look at
Yeah,
things
you
that
do.
are
You just post the videos claiming that it proves something. But you've obviously
Over.
don't squibbled about it because you've
No, I
never
don't care. I don't
fucking
care for
looked at
predictions,
it. You've never
I don't
checked
care
a
about-
fucking thing about him.
I-
This is where I get really annoyed at this. B-Ball's one of these people that just posts videos. He's the guy that posted the video of the guy that may or may not live in Maine because he's a lying shit. He posted that video with all of the numbers that he wrote down in his little pad with his pencil. He never even bothered to understand the principles behind what he has. He just saw the video title. B-Ball is of that low intelligence.
He didn't even understand what the guy was trying to say within the video. He didn't realise that the guy was lying, a lying shitbag. But they need people like B-Ball that don't even bother. They don't have the comprehension. They don't have the understanding to relate what the lying guy in the video is actually saying. So B-Ball just pushes this thing. So B-Ball showed us this, and we said that he said he can do that over that distance. Well, that distance is the sort of distance that we can do. It's about the distance of our water levels. So this guy is claimed to be able to measure 1 arc second over 3 which is 3 millimeters over that. Well, guess what? A water level's 400 meters, which is pretty near that. And the drop, the supposed drop within that is 12.6 millimeters. Yet they can claim to have an accuracy of 1 arc second, 3 millimeters. So what they are claiming, or what the guy that may or may not live in Maine is claiming, is that he can actually measure the drop of the water level from horizontal. That's what he's claiming is. But he's not saying that outright. He's just saying that he can measure plumb bobs not being vertical. Which is another ridiculous claim. It sounds just as bad. But B-Ball's the one that's touting it. He's the one that's handing it out to everybody. B-Ball's pushing the paralogism of the guy that's obviously lying. B-Ball's pushed us into looking at it, and we've looked at it. That's what we're talking about. Us testing the claims of others. And they're failing badly. They can't back up their own bullshit that they're pushing. B-Ball doesn't even know what that bullshit is that he is pushing. But people know about people like B-Ball. They know that they're needed within this community. Sometimes they get caught out saying stupid shit. That's normally when they talk to you. So I think B-Ball's not allowed to talk to anyone anymore. They've told him to, just don't bother talking. Just post pictures. Stay in the chat. Stay a text chat troll. Posting videos and shit. Don't ever try and explain them because you haven't got a fucking clue.
I don't care about
You don't even know that he's not a real surveyor. It's a bit shameful,
I don't
people.
care about short.
You're easily
he's not a real
fooled.
surveyor.
Is anybody
How
else
did
allowed
you?
to
How
talk?
did Yeah, it's just Bev actually. So
just B-Ball,
I don't
actually.
care about short distances, Bev. I don't
You
care.
don't care about short
care
If you don't
distances and
care
you've got
about,
an
I care
auto
about long
level.
distances.
Oh,
then
God.
don't post the guy's videos as some kind of proof.
I don't care about short distances. Okay.
You posted his videos and his information.
post
Now you're
many
saying you
videos.
don't care about it.
I post many videos.
So it was
I post a
beating
lot of
Drew Jeff under the bus. Nice one, people.
I post a lot of videos. So, and he's an actual surveyor.
Do you do as much research into those other videos as you do into the ones from the guy from Maine? I.e., fuck all.
So are you saying that the main surveyor is not a real surveyor?
Absolutely. Yes, I will say that.
Really?
Right now.
How did
yes.
you determine that?
He's
how
lying.
did you
He
determine
can't
that?
set his tools up. He thinks horizontals are different
so you know-
with different
so
tools.
you know more than
no,
him?
he's said it. He's got a video with saying that himself. Like all of my videos, B-Ball, I use the people that say that shit. They say it. I can show you where they said it. I can show you the videos that they've
Where
done
who said
that
what?
show it.
Where who said what? Where who said what?
What are we talking about, people?
He doesn't know.
I'm asking Bev.
No, he doesn't know.
Look, he's asking me for when who does what. We're talking about the guy that may or may not live in Maine, obviously lying about him being a surveyor. He's just shown that he posts the videos for this guy and hasn't got a clue of what he's posting. But now he's asking me for proof that I can obviously give him.
But he'll just deny it. That's what they're like, these people. Particularly B-Ball. I mean, how many people have we gone through here now? A few of them. And this is B-Ball that's brought us to go and do the test to check that the thing that the guy that may or may not live in Maine has done. And we've proved that he can't have fucking possibly done it. B-Ball doesn't want to address that. He now wants us... Well, listen.
No, does he?
Yeah.
You've got no clue of where the conversation is at, where we started, where we're at, or where we're going.
I'm asking Bev.
You've got no clue, people.
I'm asking Bev. Who says what, Bev?
The
Where
main
you keep saying you have
surveyor,
videos
the main surveyor that isn't a surveyor, he says that when he set his tools up, the auto level and the theodolite, one's upside down, then they're both next to each other looking over something. The horizontal crosshairs aren't in the same place. And he says that's to be expected. Not, oh shit, one of my tools is fucking out. Oh no. No.
Oh, so
he
your
says
claim-
that's to be
your
expected.
claim- okay, so your claim is that he set up his tools wrong. That's your
Yes,
claim.
he
How did you
doesn't know.
determine that?
He doesn't know that the
How did you
horizontal
determine
would
that,
be the same.
How did you
That's-
determine that?
How did I
Let him answer the
determine
fucking
that? Because he
question,
fucking
people.
said it, you dickhead. How did you determine that I'm not telling you the truth?
Didn't he say
Because
it was
over that
calibrated after the fact?
Because over that distance, the reason why the crosshairs are above the other side is because of the
That's not the question that was asked, people. Bev asked you, how did you
How about you let
determine that he's not telling the truth?
How about you let people talk?
Okay.
Because he's going off in the weeds.
Yeah.
As usual.
What's up? 9 o'clock? Yeah, I'll be there.
So come on, people, floor's yours. How did
How-
you determine that he's not telling the truth?
No, how does he know that the guy from Maine is a real surveyor? That's what I'd like to know, people.
Oh, so you think he's lying?
How do
How is he
you
lying?
know? How do you know? I'm telling you why I think he's a lying shit and not a real surveyor. Because a real surveyor would have noticed that the horizontals aren't the same, and they'd have said, "Shit, I
That's
don't
the
think
whole
I'll
point of
put
the
that
video.
out as a video because
That
it'd
was
make
the
me
point of
look
the
like
video,
I'm not a
to
real
show that they're
surveyor."
not-
How do you
That
know
was the
he
point
is?
Of the video. That was the point of the video, was to show that they're not horizontal, wasn't it?
So that they're not horizontal.
That was the point of the video. That was the
That was the point of the video, says B-Ball. The main surveyor put it out to prove that the tools that he set up weren't horizontal. I mean, really? To prove that he can't set up a tool horizontal.
point of the video.
Impressive. Keep talking, B-Ball. Keep talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the point of the video, was it? Was it not?
What, to show that the two
Show that-
tools that at the same height have got a different horizontal through the eyepiece? That was the point of the video, yeah?
Are we talking about the same video?
Come on, people, answer the question.
Are we talking about the same video?
We must be. Yeah, you've just said
the
that
guy
that
from
was the
Maine.
point of the video, that he made a video to prove that horizontals aren't the same. Whenever you set the horizontal and different tools up next to each other, then that's the video he did. And I don't think it was called that, but I mean,
Next to each
if
other?
that's
He
what
did
you
that
want to
across
say.
the field. He did
Yeah,
that
I think it was
across
was it across the water? Yeah.
No.
I think, okay, now,
it was across the
yeah, it
field
was
in
across
this
the water,
case.
wasn't it?
That was Blue who did that, I think.
No, it was
Or-
the guy from Maine.
Blue.
Do you remember?
Was it Blue? Did you do that across the water? It would explain a lot if it was Blue that did that.
The
Blue.
main question: how do you know that the main surveyor is an actual licensed surveyor? That was the real question. Have you answered that yet?
No, he hasn't.
Then please, how do you know it?
I don't.
Ah.
But you know what? I
Thank
trust
you.
him.
Thank you.
You
That's
trust
good.
him, even though he's got on video
I
that he
trust
can't set his tools up properly.
No,
You just
Oh, George.
That's a claim you guys have. That's a claim you guys have.
It's
No,
on
that's
video.
that's a Bev claim.
It's
No,
on
that's
video.
worth the powder, not worth the powder to blow it up.
Wow.
And you just said he was a surveyor. You knew he was a surveyor like 5 minutes ago.
And even
Let me-
George
let me-
said he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
When we're talking about this auto level and this when he's doing this setup, he determined that he set them both up to horizontal, and he's looking across a field at each other and saying that the drop is to be expected. Correct?
No.
Are we talking about two that are right next to each other?
See, this guy knows covering. They know what they have to cover. Pretty sure it's part of the game that these guys play with each other. Yeah,
Two
they're
that are
next
right
to
next
each other. Yeah.
He
A
said they were the same
theodolite
height.
and an auto level.
No, same height, but across a field, right?
No.
Same horizontal.
Yeah, same. No. I'm still talking about where the setups are. Where are these two setups? Let's put them in feet. How many feet away are they from
Right next to each
They're
other.
about
in a
8
parking lot.
foot apart, I think.
Okay. Then I don't know why they would come up with different.
Because he don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah,
That's
he's
why.
not a
That's
real
our
surveyor,
whole-
is he?
I don't remember him doing that, though. I don't
Would
remember
you
him
notice that if you were to look through the scopes of those two tools looking out over the same place and notice that they were in a different place, would you say, yeah, that's to be expected?
Why do y'all think we say these things?
Let him answer, please. Let him answer.
Oh,
Would you say that's to be expected because they're two different tools?
No, not that way. But I also know that you like to misrepresent things, so I'm not positive what was actually being shown. So I'm not going to argue that.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Great turnaround there.
Nice
Put it back
one,
on Bev. Yeah, nice
So
one.
if we can show you that he did actually do that, would you say that I wasn't misrepresenting what was said?
Sure.
And,
I
and
might
say
see it.
that he might not be an actual real surveyor?
I don't know. I'd have to see it.
Oh, right. What about if he made a follow-up video stating exactly the same thing, that it was to be expected?
Knowing how you
Because
misrepresent things, I don't know.
somebody
I'd
had
have to
said
see
that
it.
they weren't
I can't trust
actually
you at your word.
horizontal. See, he's saying there that he can't trust me with my word, but I don't know anyone more honest, because I don't know anyone. I only know me. And I try and be honest about everything. I try and make sure we do our own stuff. I try and give everyone their own fair say. I don't know why I seem to have this reputation. It seems to have been generated by a group of people that are perhaps a little bit bigoted. Perhaps they're bigoted towards a group of people that they know I'm not, but want to put me in there anyway, just so that they can be bigoted. Maybe not. This is the video.
Hello, everyone. This is a brief follow-up to this video called Wild Lighthouses, which seems to have caused a stir in the comments section among some of the folks that believe that the surfaces of the ocean are planar rather than curved.
No, I don't believe that. Either of them. What I do know is the fact that it was me that he's talking about in the comment section of the video that he did. And I was saying, why are they at two different horizontals? What's going on? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to tell people? What went wrong? And this is his reply to why. Well, there you go.
So what's happening in this video? What's really the purpose of this video? We see, looking through the scope of an auto level and a theodolite. And as noted in the video, they're not the same.
Not the same?
Different instruments, and they may have different calibration settings.
Different calibration settings. What's he talking about? Not a surveyor. Obviously not a surveyor. Bullshitter. More like acting, role-playing. Not
And
even
that
good.
the crosshairs, when you look through the scopes and see the crosshairs compared to the lighthouses, they're different. And I had noted that they would be. let's see.
He noted that they would be. This is terrible. For anybody from listening, this is the guy that they cite for plumb bobs not being vertical. This is the guy. Take note.
Have to play a little bit.
He's not around anymore.
So we see through the auto level, there is that space.
Space.
You know, just we see a space, and this is Seguin Island over here. And then if we fast forward to the theodolite, we see at the crosshair, there's a bigger gap there.
It's bigger?
Well, that was noted in the video. I said that the crosshair was...
It was noted in his video that there was something wrong. He just doesn't got the whereabouts to know what the fuck's wrong, and what's wrong is him. He hasn't set his tools up properly. This is ridiculous. It's literally telling you, it's like NASA. Showing you the fucking wires, the bubbles. This is him. Literally lying his fucking tits off.
Very far above the lighthouse. This video wasn't really about explaining why that difference exists.
It wasn't really explaining about why that difference exists. Because he hasn't got a clue. He doesn't know what the fuck he's done. There's something wrong. He can't explain it, and he's trying to pass it off as though he'd have to explain as to why it'd be different. So sad.
Only
so
that
sad.
It's really the point of this video that these two lighthouses are, well, they're below the horizontal crosshair when each instrument is set horizontal, but each one seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
Tools seem to be interpreting horizontal a little different. Listen to him. Obvious model affliction, role-playing character. No wonder he's not around. In fact, he probably is still around. Just this character, this Maine, possibly living in Maine. Who knows? They lie that much. You can't fucking tell. He'd still be around in the community. Maybe not be able to speak that much. Still around, though.
Have you not seen these videos?
Yeah.
I have seen the videos. I don't recall sections of them like he's describing, so I'm trying to now find out what he's talking about. Everything I remember from his measurement was across the field.
How about
not next to each other?
How about somebody post it that we can, jog everyone's memory?
Yeah. Do you want to take him down, right?
Wait a second. Okay, both of these tools were looking at a distant object. The auto level was above the other one. The other one he aimed down to the eyepiece to get the angle down to the eyepiece, correct?
Nah. You're thinking of a wrong video, buddy.
A different one.
They're going to think of every other video apart from the one we're talking about.
How about you fucking put it up so we don't have to fucking wonder about what he's talking about?
Go on to his channel. Have you not got it on speed dial?
How about I go to his channel? That's wonderful. Okay, you know what I want to provide because you're gutless.
We just have a look. Fake surveyors from Maine. Oh, wait a minute.
I'm looking for it now.
The guy that calls himself a surveyor that might be in Maine, but you can't trust the fact that he's a surveyor, so he might not even be from Maine. It might just be a YouTube name that he's got. You never know.
Right.
Yeah. Actually,
and based on your knowledge,
actually, he is the guy that Jesse references in the Soundly video when he's talking about going and doing an Alberuni with a guy called Just a Maniac from his Facebook group. That's where he met him, Jesse, and that's the connection anyway.
you might have just printed up that certificate and put it on your wall and faked it.
Well, so like again, somebody's accusing me of faking my certificate. No questioning of this guy and the bullshittery that he's done and the claims that they've made, or the fact that nobody's ever seen their surveying qualifications or certificates or anything like that. No. Just an accusation of me and my
Most basic land surveying certificate. I might have faked that according to this guy. That would be fraudulent, right?
The fact that you don't know that level and horizontal are not the same thing.
It's an actual
With
certificate.
license
That
number.
would be, yeah.
With the license number.
Yeah.
Wow. That would be fraudulent as fuck.
Yep.
By the way.
Only if he sells his services.
What?
And doesn't mean he's not
services.
fraudulent.
What? What are you talking about?
Not really. If you just print out an ID, like a personal ID, that's already fraudulent. Without
If
using
you put it up on your
ever.
wall, I think you can put anything you want on your wall in your house.
Wow, are you telling us what Fight the Flat
Oh my
Earth did?
fuck.
Is that how, all the Fight the Flat Earth got his certificates?
No. Talking about you.
I see. No.
I see.
Wow,
level
dude, you're
horizontal.
spiraling.
Yeah.
Not normal
Don't be so
behavior.
childish.
But that's all right. So
You're calling what Bev is doing normal?
yeah, totally. And what you're doing
okay.
is kind of
You're a little defective there.
Totally. All right.
All right, did the video get posted?
I'm on the channel. What's the video called now? I'm on his channel right now, so I'll post it as soon as someone tells me the actual name of the video. He's got a lot of videos.
Is it called the Wild Theodolite and Auto Level? There's 2 wilds or something, and then there's a follow-up video.
Wild Lighthouse.
Is
Wild
that
Lighthouse?
Lighthouses, and then is there another one after it?
If you looked it up, since you know
like
what
a
you're looking
review
for.
or something.
Addendum?
I don't know. I'm
Wild
just going
Lighthouse,
from memory.
Addendum.
That's
Wild
it, the
Lighthouse?
addendum, yeah. So there's the wild lighthouses and then the addendum, right? Go with the wild lighthouses first, but be careful. Don't put it out on stream because he strikes your
I'll put it
channel.
right now.
He'll strike you. Watch out.
Oh, he won't. Oh, he'll let me post it.
But he'll let me post it. Shit, Cleary's channel. So be careful what you're doing with his stuff. He gets butt when you look at it.
Yeah, that's why you asked him first.
People. Well, no, he gave me permission. Everyone always give me permission to go over all of the
you ask him
videos.
first?
Yeah. But
You asked him
Cleary. It was Cleary. He got butt one day and talked about it. Cleary just showed the thumbnail of it and he struck him. But he got it took off. Don't worry. It's all right.
Well, yeah, because you don't need their permission technically to use the video if you're using it just for, entertainment purposes.
Education purposes, right?
Yeah, whichever.
Fucking upside down.
So I'm looking at this video.
So striking somebody is just being butthurt because you know it's just going to get reversed.
Yeah, but it stops you from live streaming for a week or so, doesn't it? Like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those crosses
And
look
sometimes
well
it might
above that
not.
tower.
Maybe he
light is
just
upside
maybe
down
he just
in
did
that
it
video.
so clearly couldn't live stream. That would make logical sense.
Yeah. Seeing as we were going over the stuff that the guy from Maine and Jesse Kozlowski were doing, we were just
I'm
checking
looking
up
at
on
this
it.
video
People
here.
give it as evidence, right? And we sort of
Where's
give
the
evidence.
part that you're talking about, Bev?
The crosshairs. Look at the crosshairs
Yeah,
of each of
yeah, they
the
look well above.
individual things. And now one of them looks well above. The other one looks well above. They're not the same, are they? They're different. That's the point.
What is?
Hello, everyone. This is a brief follow-up to this video called Wild Lighthouses, which seems to have caused a stir in the comments section among some of the folks that believe that the surfaces of the ocean are planar rather than curved. So what's happening in this video? What's really the purpose of this video? We see, looking through the scope of an auto
He has a
level and a
towel.
theodolite. And as noted in the video, they're not the same. They're different instruments and they may have different calibration settings.
They may have.
And that the crosshairs, when you look through the scopes and see the crosshairs compared to the lighthouses, they're different. And I had noted that they would be. Let's see, get that to play a little bit. Okay, so we see through the auto level, there is that space. and it, you know, just we see a space, and this is Seguin Island over here. And then
Remember
fast
who this
forward
guy
to
is?
the theodolite.
What this
We see that the
guy has
crosshair, there's a bigger
claimed to
gap
do?
there. Well, that was noted in the video. I said that the crosshair was very far above the lighthouse. This video wasn't really about explaining why that difference exists, only that it's really the point of this video that these two lighthouses are, well, they're below the horizontal crosshair when each instrument is set horizontal, but each one seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
This is bad. The theodolite is upside down. Fucking upside down, literally.
That might be
Well, to be fair,
might be a part of something, but I mean, hey, but maybe B-ball knows. But is that normal,
Yeah.
B-ball? It being upside down?
It's probably just the way he rendered the video at that point.
Yeah. Maybe he had his phone upside down. Yeah.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Do you think he was standing on his head and took the picture or something?
Right, but that's not the point, right? The point is that they are in different places, right? You do understand that the horizontal that's set from those two tools that are next to each other are in different places. So that means the horizontal runs from that place in two different places, in two different lines. Now, I say any surveyor worth his weight, or even anybody who doesn't really know about the surveying, would go, hey, wait a minute. They're different. They're not meant to be
I'm
different.
gonna listen to what he's... Wait. I think he explains why one is higher and one is lower. I'm going to go ahead and
Go on then. Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Come back with what he says. Come back with what he says.
He does.
Maybe
he
I'm
comes back and he says that it's because of calibration, and he has to calibrate them. So it's to be expected because they're not in calibration.
Look at that. What an explanation. It's to be expected because he's used tools that aren't calibrated. Like, so what the fuck's he doing? Again, definitely not a surveyor, and the sophists that are even defending him are doing an even worse job. They know even less. They misinterpret everything. It's terrible. And this is the best they've got. These are meant to be the elite. Just a bunch of sophists that know nothing. And they're defending an obvious liar with shit sophistry. Oh,
Wow, good way of misrepresenting the
does that
fact.
mean one of them's not horizontal?
Oh, I guess that would be what it would mean.
Right, at least one. Yes, Jeff. One or both. There's no way of knowing. You can't even tell which one might be horizontal. It's terrible. And this is the guy that they lean on for showing plumb lines not being vertical. And the other guy, his mentor, Jesse Kozlowski's the one that said that water level drops from horizontal. This guy can't even set a horizontal when he's got two tools next to each other. So why would he be doing it? Like that?
Well, because the example that he's showing is
because
of
he's
two
not a real
objects in the
surveyor.
distance. Because there's two objects in the distance.
Yeah.
And one
He's
object is
showing
twice
the
as high as the one in the
miscalibration.
foreground, and it's below the one in the foreground.
This is a video on miscalibration. He
Yeah.
he mislabeled the video then.
Yeah. He did actually say in that video as well that the calibration would be done on the auto level after the fact, right? I mean, how good would you think there?
We see that it is 90 degrees. It means we're horizontal. Okay? So different instruments are different. We already know that. But in both cases, both those lighthouses, which are taller than the crosshairs of both of these instruments, are far below the horizontal crosshairs of both of these instruments. That is how we can see the curvature of the Earth plainly.
No, it's not. Rakir, if you were getting your auto level out and you'll go, never mind, we'll do it after.
Because
we'll
when he's
recalibrate
describing,
and then
does it require the
calculate.
auto level to be accurate?
Either way, no matter where the crosshair is, this is what we're seeing. And we have two different instruments, and there's some kind of difference between them. How will we quantify that difference between the two? Well, not by this process. That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact until we get the 2-peg test working as close to perfect as we can get it. And an auto level, remember, it's...
Look, again, I don't know how many facts there are you have to be able to prove, but one, you don't calibrate it after the fact, and you don't keep doing the 2-peg test until you get it close. This guy is so obviously not a surveyor. Just blatant liar. And he's handed paralogisms out to a group of people who are willing to defend him without knowing anything about his sophistry and his lies. They're willing to defend a liar, but they won't accept him as a liar. He's one of their brothers. He's given them a proof. And these are the guys that they literally rely on. Or, I don't know, when I say when they rely on it, I mean, it's not as if Neil deGrasse Tyson cites this guy in his video. No. It's just the people in this little arena. They hand out this stuff to us and expect us to deal with it. But it's obvious bullshit. You could hand this to a surveyor, but I don't suggest doing it because, I mean, they'd be embarrassed. And this guy, right? This guy is leaning on his globe, and that's what he has to use as his weapon. So don't take this to surveyors, because these guys will just use his globe on them. They'll say that they're shit surveyors. They don't know anything about surveying. They're just local surveyors. You know, planar surveyors. We've got geodetic surveyors. They're the good ones. That these guys know fuck all about it. It's embarrassing for a trade of people.
It's really only meant for those short distances. We're only looking, 1 to 200 feet with an auto level, more or less.
Huh? He says that you're only looking in an auto level over 1 or 200 feet. Yet there he is. Looking at over water for miles.
Not, 8 miles and 24 miles. So this is unfair to the auto level also. The auto level is not accurate to that distance. And then with the theodolite, it would be taking it to a place with known values, known measurement values expected, right? So we can expect what the measurement values would be. That's what you would do with the theodolite.
No, you wouldn't.
Like take you to a calibration baseline, or compare it to an instrument that you know is well calibrated, and you've established points that have known values, and you compare those values that you get out of the instrument to what is known, and then you can make adjustments after that. But that wasn't the purpose.
They make adjustments after it. What's he talking about? This is embarrassing. It's just bullshit. Waffle. This is all you ever hear from these people. They're role-playing. They're role-playing characters. It's fucking ridiculous.
Purpose of this video. The purpose of this video is just to show quickly that, hey, we've got both these lighthouses below these crosshairs, and the farther one, which is higher, is far below the closer one. Now, this is not a technical video. This is one of my least technical videos I've ever made.
He hasn't got any technical videos. The other one that we've just done is just proving.
Is it accurate for geodetic surveying, these two different instruments?
If this is the least technical video that he's ever made, right? What he's done is he's shown everyone
that any of the other more technical ones are utterly useless because this guy is a fraud. This guy has never proved anything, ever. And yet this is the guy that they rely on that tells them that verticals aren't plumb, or plums aren't vertical. It's embarrassing.
This
It's
video,
embarrassing.
no. Is it accurate for a simple demonstration of showing curvature? Absolutely. We could have just taken a scope that has no crosshairs, if I had one, and we would accomplish the same thing.
See, look, he's trying to show curvature, and he's saying that you can use a thing with no crosshairs. Like, literally, just looking at it. You can look out over there, no crosshairs, and see curvature. Crazy. Literally crazy.
The results are the same.
Come on, man.
He's essentially taking a picture of something in the distance with a reference on it.
Oh, you're
the
talking about
reference is
tool
not
view.
where horizontal is. The reference is where the two objects are in the distance with reference to each other.
Would a surveyor do that?
So way to actually misrepresent what he was trying to show.
Done it.
Well, that's because you're stuck in this world where you have to misrepresent.
Would
a
surveyor do that?
Yeah,
that's gaslighting.
Yes, a surveyor would do that when he's
That's
talking to
so-
flat earthers
okay.
and just trying to
me one.
describe something in the distance.
A surveyor would take two tools out and look over water. I can't imagine why he'd be doing that.
over water.
And then show everybody that
showed
he can't make his tools horizontal. I mean, that's
He
genius.
he can.
Absolute
He has to
genius.
go and recalibrate. Absolute genius.
I wonder how many jobs he got out of that at the end of it.
Yeah, he's muted for mocking and making fun of someone's voice. That's not allowed. You know that. If you want to come
So
back
every
a couple minutes and not do that, that's fine.
So you have your one auto level, then you look at the other one, but then you got to recalibrate the other one when you look back. But then when you look back the other way, you got to recalibrate it. It seems like you're just flopping it back and forth.
This was the same guy in a debate that said they would go to get a horizontal. They'd go out, do the measurements, go back home, do all the numbers, then go back and make the mark. I mean, we're talking about.
Oh, you make it. You make it at home. You make the horizontal at home and bring it to
what he
work.
said.
Yeah. Want to make 3 marks on posts over a mile at the side of a canal. He said they'd come out for one day, have a look at it, go back, do a day's worth of calculations, and then come back and put 2 marks on a post. Half a mile.
That would
in
take
and a
me
mile
5
away.
minutes.
I mean, genius. I mean, like, he's obviously not a real surveyor. He's just a guy on YouTube that's got surveyor in his name. Now, this guy just happens to be the only guy that anybody ever quotes when they're talking about plumb lines. This is the guy. He's famous.
Post screenshots from his videos, post his little notebook that he allegedly got an arc-second accuracy over 1,500 feet. Then people say, well, I don't care about short distances. Well, he posts his screenshots all the time.
That's what we
Daily.
did at the weekend. We went to go and have a look. What you can see over that distance that he claims he's measured an arc second. Anybody can have a look and see what you can see over that distance. Now, bear in mind, the scopes that he has on those two instruments aren't 32 times scope. The auto level that we have it's got the best scope you can get. So he's got worse scopes than we have. So you wouldn't be able to see as accurately as we could when we saw over 500 meters. Yet you
By the
have
way,
to
for
be
the
able
audience,
to believe
Bev-
he can do it. With
Sorry,
better
for the
accuracy.
audience, could you tell what do you mean and how? What does it convert to when you say 1 arc second?
A 1 arc second over 500 meters, mathematically, because you take it becomes the radius, and the arc second is like a 2 radiuses. It's 3 millimeters.
It becomes either 3 millimeters or in degree. Could you tell the others?
It's 1
How
arc
much is
second.
that, by the way?
Yeah, it's 1 arc second, and
yeah.
1 arc second is
3,600th of a degree. And a degree
one
obviously
degree.
is
Yeah,
one
exactly.
360th
Of one
of a
degree.
circle.
Yeah. Just so everybody understands what we are talking about, because
Hang on,
degrees,
run
you know,
that by me
anybody can
again.
imagine. Yeah.
Run that by me again, Bev. You divide a circle into 360s,
That
and
gives
then
you
you
one
divide one of,
degree. Yeah.
and then you divide that 1 degree into
60 minutes. And then you get one of those minutes and divide that into 60 seconds. So a second is a 3,600th of a degree.
Degree. Yeah, that's right. Does it sound small, guys? Like for real.
Which
It's
is
fucking small.
3 millimeters over 500 meters. That's the accuracy that is claimed by the guy from Maine. And that
To be
accuracy,
achieved, right?
yeah.
He actually achieved that accuracy.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, could you achieve that accuracy if you don't know what horizontal is? I mean, like,
Yeah.
are you
bigger
capable
problems.
of
You got
doing
bigger
that?
problems.
I mean, I don't know, but
I know you couldn't do it with an uncalibrated machine for sure.
People's just put a message in the chat. LOL, different tools, different calibration.
yeah. He thinks horizontal's calibrated differently because that's what the guy from Maine says, right? He actually makes an addendum, right? He makes an after video to point out that some people, I don't know who they were, might have pointed out that they're not the same horizontal. And he makes another video to tell you why they're not the same horizontal. Because, I don't know, the hell of it, I guess. Because Bev must be wrong, right? It's always Bev's fault for mentioning that they're not the same horizontal. Nobody else had never noticed that, would they? Not even any of the Globers. I mean, Moyok Man did sort of say that they're not the same horizontal. So he did notice it. He didn't notice it when he watched the video. He might never have watched the
one
video
is not
before.
horizontal. At least one is not horizontal.
Yeah. At least one.
So there's not a
And there's only two. At least one is not horizontal, and there's only two in the video.
And it's a surveyor.
It's horizontal. But since horizontal had nothing
You're
to
not
do
doing
with the
too well, are you?
measurement, why is that germane? Since horizontal has nothing to do with the measurement, what's the problem?
Well, he's checking the horizontal, isn't he?
No, he's
the
not.
drop from.
No.
He's checking the.
Wait a minute.
The drop
Are
from
you saying
drop from horizontal?
You're saying that the tools that he uses have got nothing to do with horizontal? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's a misrepresentation, which is your very common tactic.
Okay. Well, what
Oh,
about
please
setting
explain
the
what you
tools
do,
up so
man.
they are horizontal? Like, is that not something you would do?
He is not using them to determine horizontal.
But would you not set the tools up so they are horizontal as part of your standard procedure for you being a surveyor? Would you not do that?
I don't care. That's not what he was representing, so he did not need.
I don't care. Literally, they don't. They don't care about anything. They just care about their sophistry.
But supposedly, if he was trying to prove that level is dropping from horizontal, he killed his own argument. So it is important to set up this horizontal, because how he could prove this drop from which one?
Yeah.
Or two different drops from
You
horizontals?
can't even tell which one is horizontal, which one of the two. I mean, it could be neither of them. What are you meant to do? You meant to average it out for greater accuracy, or what? I mean, it's terrible.
You cannot even make this average, because maybe both of them are below, for example, or higher than it should be. You cannot make even average from that. So just utterly nonsensical. You cannot prove anything from that.
And this is the guy. This is the guy. I can't stress how much this is. This is the surveyor that was created to do this very job. To bullshit everybody that he can do impossible things. That there are surveyors out there that literally do impossible things. And they've been going round this arena literally bullshitting people. It's disgusting what they've done. Not to, well, necessarily to everybody in this arena. And the sophistry that gets used by people, and so obvious. If you want an example of sophistry within a trade, then you can't get more of an example than this guy. Makes a video claiming to have done something where he just wrote down a load of shit in a book. Then he does this to explain that he hasn't even got a fucking clue about horizontal. So embarrassing. No wonder he's not around. The game didn't work. You can't convince people. I mean, if we hadn't have been around, I mean, these guys might be round here still, bullshitting. Going round. So sorry, guys, for actually pointing out the bullshittery. Convenient that I do actually have a surveying certificate. But that wouldn't make any difference for this. For you to be able to see the bullshittery that's going on in this, you don't need a surveying certificate to know and understand a horizontal orientation for these tools from professionals. Where the accuracy, I mean, we were talking about accuracy over a distance. He even states in that the auto level is only meant for a certain distance. Yeah. Here he is, stating one thing, yet he's there, picturing it, looking over water. That's a hypocrite. Right in your face. Telling you. He's bullshitting.
I don't care. Oh, flipping hell. Mark, man, you're digging yourself a hole.
He's not digging himself a hole. He's
no.
helping the main surveyor dig his hole.
Mm-hmm.
He's left that video up there for a reason, right? He wants this sort of conversation to go on. I mean, he must do, right? He's left the video up. He's obviously not bothered about it.
Still there.
There's obviously some reason that a guy that claims to be a surveyor would take two tools to the side of the wherever it is, look over water at a lighthouse and show you that they aren't horizontal. One of them, at least one of them, is not horizontal. There must be some reason he wants to do that. Perhaps he wants to let you know that he's not a real surveyor. Maybe that is the reason. Subconsciously, like subliminal man type thing. See whether you notice it. See, that could be the reason, right? To see who notices the mistake he makes, even when he makes an addendum and a new video, telling you that that's exactly what he's doing. Perhaps. I don't know. I like it. So that was what we were doing. We just went out to go and have a look, see what you can see over 500 meters. Seeing as some people have claimed you can do 1 arc second over that sort of distance. And also we're going to be going over the fact that but it's logic night tonight, isn't it? And we're going over the logic of the perpendiculars, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Did anyone want to just finish up, you know, after Bev just nicely said it concisely? Anyone want to follow up with anything?
I noticed Beeble's run away, so he's got no input in this anymore. Left lane got anything? Moyak man? Nothing?
How long do you reckon those videos are going to stay up for?
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, Sariguki, 9 o'clock we said tonight. We've got Mobius has got a video coming out at 8. So that's in 2 hours-ish. And then 9 o'clock, yeah, we'll be doing the Logic thing. Tuesday Logic Earth Awakenings. Open to everyone. Ooh, who remembers that? The beginning of Logic night over at Geo's. Okay, that's it. That's the end of that for tonight. I think I need to go over any more. Basically, we started off with that one tonight to show how it's not really worth talking. You end up with people just obfuscating. People that have no interest, yet they hang around to just obfuscate, say really stupid stuff. And then it ends up with, when you do try and talk about whatever you're talking about, you end up talking about these guys and what they've claimed to have done. And you show them that there was nothing there. Literally. He showed 2 pictures through auto levels that were obviously both different. How's that a test? What's he showing you? He showed us that the lighthouses were underneath it. Brilliant. Always will be. I've got another love letter from my DMs. I can't wait to read it. Okay, so anybody don't let us put you off going to all of the other channels. Have a go. But if you want to come and have a conversation, where you don't get wrapped up in knots by people with vacuous statements and false claims. You want people that actually give you a proof, walk you through something. Come here on the level. Discord. Try not to listen to people who tell you that we don't speak clearly. Anyone that says that we're lying or whatever, then come in and test us out. Okay, let me get a Buster song ready. What if we get that? I don't know, anyone? I don't know. I lost a few videos, didn't I? I don't know what these ones aren't working. Okay. Buster's new stuff goes. Okay, thank you very much. Join us tomorrow. Free for all Friday. Anyone can come in. Don't know how long the free for all Fridays are going to be going on for. Probably nobody's going to be coming round. If anybody wants to come round, talk about lying surveyors and the videos that they do, come round tomorrow. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about defending them. If anybody wants to come and defend him, they can come in tomorrow. Defend the lying surveyor. The lying not surveyor. The guy that probably isn't from Maine. That sounds better, doesn't it? Okay, thank you very much. See you tomorrow on the level live. Be at peace with your monad, whatever shape it may be. Let's give it a go.
have to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You'll never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go.
was good.